Good morning and a warm welcome to Dokkhuset. It's so nice here, isn't it? Yeah. My name is Inga Marte Torkelsen, and I have the pleasure of holding the day together with you. Many of us in this room have spent years, some of us decades, pushing at the same problems: exclusion, inequality, poor mental health, safeguarding children. Real resources, good intentions, careful policy, and the trends have not turned. So we need new thinking, and we need new coalitions to carry it. That is what brings us to this room together. Before we begin, a few brief practical announcements. More details about today's topics, the guests you will soon be meeting, and the schedule can be found via the QR code on the card linking to today's seminar program. Emergency exits are located here, there, and by the hallway where you arrived. The entrance you used may also be used as an exit. Restrooms are located near the entrance in the hallway you came through and are marked with signs. This seminar will be filmed and recorded, and photography will also take place throughout the day. Those of you seated within the angle of one of the cameras set up here today may therefore wish to move to another available seat if you so prefer. With that taken care of, let me hand to our host. Today's seminar is hosted by NTNU, Norway's largest university and the institutional home of the WHO Collaborating Center, and we are formally launching today. So it is my pleasure to introduce Professor Tor Grande, Rector of NTNU. Tor, over to you for the welcome.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, colleagues and partners, and dear friends from Norway and abroad. It's a really great pleasure to welcome you to NTNU and to mark the formal launch of NTNU WellFare as a WHO Collaborating Center on Wellbeing and Social Sustainability. Trondheim has been a city of organized knowledge since 1760, when the Royal Norwegian Society of Science and Letters was founded. And this was driven by a desire to put knowledge to practical use for the society. And these traditions run through the establishment of our institution, NTNU, in 1996, and into what we mark today. NTNU is known internationally for its strength in engineering and natural sciences. But our social sciences are not an addition to this profile. They are essential to it. Social sustainability is not one sustainability dimensions among many. It's the foundation that makes the other possible. And the green transition does not happen without trust, fairness, and participation, or, in short, a fair transition. Climate solutions do not reach the community that needs them the most without inclusion and legitimacy. And technology does not deliver well-being on its own. People do in the societies they shape together. And that's why a comprehensive university like NTNU, where the social sciences sit alongside engineering, medicine, humanities, fine art, and the natural sciences, is exactly the right home for a central well-being and social sustainability. At NTNU, we have chosen to invest strategically in research on major societal challenges, where our comprehensive academic profile gives us a clear advantage and a possibility to contribute to society at large. And one of these strategic priorities is what we call NTNU community. NTNU WellFare is at the heart of NTNU community's ambitions to generate knowledge for an inclusive and a democratic society with social sustainability, trust and participation at its core. And by strengthening cohesion, we build community and resilience. This is not a matter of inclusion for some, but leads to enhanced well-being for everyone. As a WH collaborating center, WellFare will connect interdisciplinary research, collaboration with public authorities, and also international partners. This is the beginning of a long-term investment in knowledge, and knowledge is best built together. And the center is a partnership, not a solo project. And the collaboration with WHO provides global anchoring. And at the same time, national and local actors are essential for turning knowledge into action. As rector, I want to be clear about what NTNU brings to this center. Not only our researchers, but the full weight of a comprehensive university. Our students, our cross-faculty collaborations, our infrastructure, and a long-term institutional commitment to keep this work going on beyond a single project, any single funding cycle, any single leadership. The value of this type of research center is significant. Strong research environments provide academic weight and room for action. They reinforce themselves, attract talent, become attractive partners, and make research better and more relevant. And the ambitions is to establish lasting structures, stable partnership, and research that shape policy and practice over time. And building strong research environments ultimately means building trust in knowledge, research, and critical thinking. And we live in a time when trust is increasingly challenged by resistance to fact and research. And collaboration and strong institutions matter more than ever as the foundation for informed democratic decision making. And today's opening is both a milestone, but it's also a starting point. We are honored to do this together with WHO, international and national and local authorities, researchers, and partners. We all share the ambitions to put knowledge into work for more inclusive and resilient societies. And our vision at NTNU is knowledge for a better world. And knowledge does not change the world on its own. Knowledge is put into action by people working together. And this center is built on exactly that conviction. I wish you the best for today's seminar. And now it's my great pleasure to declare launch of NTNU WellFare as a WHO collaborating center. Congratulations.
Wow, that was wonderful. Knowledge for a better world. One knowledge that is also important is that we need to stand here. Is that right? Yeah. So all the speakers will have to go behind this table and stand here so that those who are watching us from home, maybe, or from their office, can also join. We now move to the agenda this center is built to serve, and to two voices from WHO Venice, who set the frame for the rest of the morning. Chris Brown is head of the WHO European Office for Investment for Health and Development, and will speak first to what a WHO Collaborating Center is, why this one, and why now. Odd Hansen will follow on what the well-being economy actually means in practice across very different European contexts. Chris, over to you, then Odd.
So, guten Morgen alle sammen. And that is about as far as my Norwegian will go, but odd being Norwegian will probably do better. Really distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, both here in Trondheim and joining us online from around the world. A real pleasure to be here, and congratulations on this important milestone. It's really a pleasure to join you for the launch on what is the first global WHO collaborating centre in this area on wellbeing and social sustainability. I've got a few warm welcomes. We had a lovely dinner last night. For those of you who weren't there, you really missed a treat. But we really got to know the people that we're going to be working with for the next, we hope, 10 years. So congratulations to the directors of the centre, to Dina and Ottar, to the rector, Tor, and to the dean of the university, and really to all the researchers, staff, students, partners, communities whose work has really made today possible and are going to be with us in that journey ahead. WHO Collaborating Centre status is not simply an award or a title. It is a recognition of sustained excellence, credibility, partnership and trust. It reflects the fact that this department is already contributing knowledge and leadership that matters far beyond Norway. And Trondheim feels like exactly the right place for this conversation we're having today, because Norway has demonstrated that prosperity is not measured only by economic growth, but by well-being, by dignity, and by participation of people. And in many ways, the Nordic social model has helped to shape European and global thinking about equity, social cohesion, and human development. And I can't be here from WHO today and not mention Gro Harlem Brundtland, former Prime Minister of Norway and former Director General of WHO, who reminded the world that sustainable development is about meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And that idea changed global thinking. And today, this new collaborating centre carries that work forward, asking not only how long people live, but how well people live, and together. Because as we heard from Tor, well-being doesn't just happen in isolation, it's built or undermined by the conditions and the opportunities which people have where they are born, where they grow up, where they work, and the wider society they live in. And we know that part of that, the fabric of that, rests in social sustainability. That's fundamentally about people, about fairness, about inclusion, trust, opportunity, and quality of life. And we know from our research already, and the work that we have done already with Dina and Ottar, that people thrive when they feel they belong, when people feel they're heard, when people have agency, and when they can participate in shaping the communities around them. One of the documents prepared for today beautifully describes social participation, this foundation of well-being and well-being economy, as social participation transforming people from passive recipients to empowered stakeholders. So that is really not just about good sociology, it's about good public health, and we have the evidence to prove it. And in fact, one could argue today that that is absolutely critical, given that inequalities, loneliness, exclusion, and distrust is really great amongst the public today, and these are the big public health challenges of our time. They don't arrive in an ambulance, they are there in the fabric of our society, and that's where we have to work. So I think perhaps this is one reason why a collaborating centre focused specifically on wellbeing and social sustainability is so timely and necessary now. Picking up that theme about why a collaborating centre and why this theme now, we talk about the overlapping crisis, conflict, climate anxiety, demographic change, polarization, misinformation, widening inequalities. In that environment, technical solutions are not enough. We need social resilience, we need institutions that people trust, we need communities where people feel connected to one another, and we need evidence to guide action. And that is where the WHO Collaborating Centre plays such an important role. You may be interested to know that across the world, the new Collaborating Centre is joining more than 800 WHO collaborating centres. They, for us, are vital. Why? Because they extend the reach and capacity of WHO through research, through training, through innovation and implementation. And we see collaborating centres as places where science meets policy, where local experience informs global thinking, where collaboration becomes more powerful than any one institution working alone. So our collaborating centres, and this collaborating centre specifically, are bridges. They bridge between disciplines, between governments and communities, and between evidence and action. And this collaborating centre is particularly well positioned to be exactly that bridge. And we're launching the collaborating centre at an interesting time where truth, evidence, knowledge is challenged. So I do want to say something about the role of scientists, science, and researchers in this moment. Misinformation is spread quickly, trust is fragile, and evidence is too often treated as optional. But evidence matters because truth matters and scientists matters. Not only because they produce knowledge, but because they help societies and organisations like ours and our partners to navigate complexity with honesty and credibility. And in that way, they act as boundary spanners, connecting politics, policy, and the lived experience. And that's very fitting because well-being itself is a boundary-spanning goal. It belongs not to one ministry, it's in health, education, labour, housing, communities, culture, urban design, and civil society. And I think that's really where the promise of this new collaborating centre lies. Not simply producing more research, though I'm sure you will, but helping to create a different way about thinking about progress itself. A way of thinking that asks, are people flourishing? Do communities feel connected? Are systems fair and new innovations improving lives for everyone? And can future generations thrive? They're profound questions, but they couldn't be more important at this time. So today, as we celebrate this launch, we also celebrate a shared commitment to science in the service of humanity, collaboration in the service of well-being, and a belief that healthier societies are built not only through medicine and technology, but through participation, inclusion, trust, and solidarity. To everyone, including all of you who are here to share in this celebration, a huge congratulations. May the work of this collaborating centre inspire not only Norway and Europe, but communities across the world. Tusen takk. Thank you.
God morgen alle sammen. I have to thank you for the opportunity to come to Norway for the first time in my life. I have taken this shirt with Norwegian colors around the world and never had the chance to actually say these are the colors of where I'm from. So very happy to do that today. I am an economist, so I hopefully can try to keep my economist hat off, although while trying to explain some economic concepts that won't be too complex for you today. But we are really here to talk about what a well-being economy is and why should we care about having a well-being economy or policies that follow a well-being economy lens. So I think that the first way to think about it is to think about what a well-being economy isn't. The vast majority of the world's countries focus on what can be counted. Right? Things that count are things that matter. And for the economy, it tends to be the economic statistics. GDP, in Norwegian, it is, still use gross national product, but the headlines, the things that matter to the media, and therefore, to in a sense, things that matter to the government, tend to be things that lead us to headlines like this. So, just from having that into our sort of collective consciousness already directs us in a certain direction, and then also takes us to headlines like this on the right. So if there's the possibility that the thing that has been growing every year over and over a certain amount, that sort of magic number for each country, suddenly isn't there anymore, then we need sacrifice. We need to give up a lot of things in order to keep that machine going forward. But what if that's not what really should be the case? So in that sense, stealing from many of you that are in the well-being economy area, there's a famous quote by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. that said, GDP measures everything except that makes life worthwhile. And more recently, the former Prime Minister of Iceland said that the purpose of the economy shouldn't be this, but it should be to deliver a better life for people and ensure there's also a better life tomorrow. So there are many things that currently aren't counted, even though they count for us. And that under that, despite the media not taking that kind of perspective, things that matter to us, things that count for us in our daily life, should be what we focus and what we structure our economy around. Now, as a small aside, this isn't a new idea. There has been many efforts to look at this, the latest of which is just from last week, which is this blue report down here, the Beyond GDP report from a high-level group at the UN. But the focus is still on, instead of the GDP metric, what else do we want to put forward as a metric to count? And that gets into more of a discussion between statisticians and economists like yourself, and I said I would try not to bore you with that kind of thing today. So, first we think of why is it that the economy, as we think of it, the traditional economy, has moved to have this kind of perspective. It hasn't really always been that way. Again, from an economist historian perspective, the original measure of GDP was not intended to be this metric that only focuses on what is sold and what is produced. It was intended to give an idea of what the government, as a steward of the economy, should try to keep a hold on. And in a sense was also intended to be an accountability mechanism. It was to show how everyone was doing in the country. But as the past few decades in particular have shown that parts of the economy have grown more than others, the people that are the stewards became more accountable to those that became a larger share of the economy. So instead of thinking about every person, government started thinking, well, what about those that may decide to move elsewhere, take their businesses, take their personal tax domiciliation elsewhere? And then that accountability link of the economy and the contributors individually to the economy starts to become broken. Then, as monetization and productization became widespread, the idea also became that if you became wealthy, that would solve all of your problems. If you became a wealthy country, that could also solve all of your problems. But they're very clear ideas that certain things you can't just buy and sell. You can't just make things that everyone needs. Health being one of the clear ones. No matter how wealthy you are, at some point you will have problems that lead to the end of your life. You can of course spend huge amounts to prolong this, but that isn't even, as a billionaire, something that is the thing that makes the most sense, or that you can really spend infinite money to keep yourself alive. Yeah. Maybe the most clear one is of course the environment, the ecosystem. There isn't a thing that we can really just spend to regrow or bring back animal species that have ceased to exist, or ecosystems that are no longer the way they are. And the last one is that the economic system, as it's being steered from the public sector, is always reactive, right? Profit is very quick to move to find where there's some new amount to be taken advantage of. But those of us that try to help direct the limits of the economy or how it should move are always a bit of a step behind. And as the changes move faster, as we have seen in this past few years, that lag becomes larger. And so the risks that we face from these changes are also becoming larger. And so in that sense, the economy also, in being unable to react to these risks, then also leads to even further split between being accountable to everyone to being accountable to just a few. So, as the economy becomes more unbalanced, it also tends to have shifted to not just individuals that matter more, but places that matter more. So in certain economic analysis, the larger countries, except for the United States, tend to have one place that have about 40% of all GDP, or one region contributes more than 40% of all GDP, trying to move, I think, almost naturally to this 80-20 rule that we see in health, or an 80-20 rule we see in many other things, that a small area, 20%, will end up contributing to a large percent, and that the economy will then only serve to redistribute from that small thing towards everyone else, to make it sort of an extreme sense of we have to make sure that that 20% is happy to make everyone else sort of brought along. And that then has a ramification on those non-20% that feel everyone else then kind of feels like they don't matter. So we heard, especially in the just short speeches before, that a lot of well-being has to do with individual people mattering, individual people feeling like they're part of something that cares about them. And completely unfettered, it moves towards that direction in a traditional economy very quickly. And then maybe the last bit that what an economy, normal economy, doesn't do, and that is a sort of the comparator to, there are many assets that should be thought of as assets, while economic language, things that have value that we can't really give a value to. As we are in public health, most of us, health is a very clear one. We tend to, when engaging with the pockets of financial decision making, health is often seen as a kind of a black hole. You can throw as much money into health as you want and they'll never sort of be satisfied. But instead, we shouldn't think of how much we need to spend for health sort of infinitely, but that the outcomes you get, the health we have as a population, is the asset. And just like you want to assess how much money you put into something with the assets that you end up afterwards, health and the environment are very clear ones as well. The valuing of those is a separate question. Again, as an economist, we can go into that at another point, but this is kind of the tragedy of how the economic system currently works. So a well-being economy works differently, and I've put up an example here from Scotland, which we'll hear more about and can read more about in the deep dive that's coming out soon. But there is an idea that a well-being economy tries to move away from these pitfalls or tragedies with the traditional economic model, even in a kind of circumstance as today, where we have situations like a global conflict that will make the price of most things go up, can suddenly put at risk even the model we have here in Norway, because of how much everything else is becoming expensive, because of how much we need to prioritize reacting to this. So a first sort of tenet of the well-being economy is that you should think about spaces close to people, that the model should be about thinking locally, not this about the country and how much of the entire country is the economy, but that every small area, every local area that has an economy should be thought about in maximizing itself. So in Scotland and Wales, we have these ideas that they have passed through legislation of the community as the heart of how we should think about the economy. And we shouldn't worry about the economy of the country as a whole as much as we should worry about the economy of each community, which then makes things much more difficult to become so differentiated in a sense. And that is very difficult to do unless you start acting from the national level. So you have, as this headline shows, if you have a national framework that then sets out a set of principles and ideas, but that then gets put into practice at the local level, that seems to be a way that can really counteract the sort of natural tendency of how the economy will move. So we will hear a lot more about the specifics, the kind of indicators, the kind of care models, the kind of tax and spending policies, the kind of participatory processes where we can move towards in a well-being, that have a well-being economy lens. But another thing that I wanted to sort of end on is that this isn't really just the responsibility of the public sector. right? We've always kind of thought of, as I mentioned before, the government is a steward of the economy, but we are all part of the economy, right? All parts of the economy, all actors should be thinking about everyone else in it. If we don't think about everyone else in it, we ultimately risk it all falling apart. This isn't it sounds like a very sort of altruistic, hippie ideal, but even within business, it isn't the case. We have started to see, particularly in places like Norway, that philanthropy and private investment have started thinking about how we do business, how we do and make our investment decisions that go beyond just trying to find the highest profit. There is profit in it too, but that we make investments that make sure that the economy and our well-being and the environment continue to be there in 5 years, 20 years, 40 years. Part of this is what there's the ESG and investment standards, but part of it is more about my favorite example is what I put here on the bottom, the idea of ethical investment. And Norway has, in many other countries, I've always get these kind of similar questions. How is it that you have not just this state fund that has kept the money sort of on behalf of everyone else, but that it also has guidelines that don't just try to invest in whatever gives the biggest return. And that this is we can have different opinions on how well this works or how consistent it is, but this is the kind of approach that we really should be trying to see, not just pushing for governments, local governments, or civil society actors to promote, but also those that are in the economy to make money. So I think the kind of message that we've tried to see, that no matter what the context is, no matter what kind of political party you're going from, it's difficult to say and answer no to, do you care about people having jobs? Do you care about the economy having productive workers in 10 years? Do you care about people living good lives? And in essence, that is what a well-being economy is. And how we get there can be quite technocratic and quite specific about how we make this happen. But I think that is the real essential behind what a well-being economy lens or a beyond GDP economy or an economy for health for all is like. So I hope you enjoy and have lots of questions for afterwards, but happy to be here with you and to speak in front of you, and look forward to the rest of the speakers who are with us on the rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Chris and Odd have given us the frame. Now we hear from the people who have built what fits inside it. Dina von Heimburg and Ottar are two wonderful people, luckily, but they are also co-directors of the NTNU WellFare and the WHO Collaborating Center we are launching today. The next 20 minutes are theirs: vision, agenda, partnerships, and what success will look like. So listen closely, everyone. The floor is yours.
So nice to see you all, and welcome. Tor, thank you. And Chris and Odd, thank you for the framing and for traveling here in person to mark this event with us. And before we go any further, a real thank you to WHO for the designation, for the trust shown in us, and for the collaboration that began long before today and has made today possible. To everyone in this room, colleagues who have traveled, partners who have been part of this for years, friends seeing parts of this for the first time, welcome to Trondheim. And welcome to what is, for us, both a beginning and a continuation. In the next 20 minutes, we will focus on three things. First, what this WHO Collaborating Center is going to do over the next 4 years. Second, the work we already have been doing that supports it. And third, why today is not a finish line. It is the start of a coalition we want to collaborate with you and others with. Today, as we launch this new center, we would like to pause and honor. Can you take over? Sorry.
Yeah. This new center, and we would like to...
You can't read my
You're writing!
handwriting.
It's like a doctor's writing, sorry.
Let's try again.
Yeah.
Today, as we launch this new center, we would like to pause and honor Eirik Prelotensky, an extraordinary scholar, colleague, and a dear friend who passed away last week. Eirek's work on fairness, mattering, and well-being has profoundly shaped our thinking and our work. He reminded us that well-being is deeply relational, that people need to feel valued and able to contribute and add value, and that fairness must be present in the systems and communities around them. For us, his ideas became more than a theory. They became a guiding principles. His legacy lives on in the work we do, in the communities we serve, and in the many people he inspired around the world. Thank you, Eirik.
Yes, thank you. And now we will just turn to a quick word about where this WHO Collaborating Center sits. It is hosted by us at NTNU WellFare, the Nordic Research Center for Wellbeing and Social Sustainability at NTNU, and at the Department of Education and Lifelong Learning. So NTNU WellFare, we run a 15-year research program running from 2025 to 2040, and all of our WHO activities are embedded in it. And our vision is simple to say and hard to do. It is well-being for all across generations. Universal well-being as the highest common good. Societies where division gives way to trust, where human and ecological well-being are pursued together. And in this sense, for us, well-being means the capacity to experience joy, live meaningfully, and participate in relationships and communities, and as Ottar said, and as we have learned from Isak, where people matter and contribute. And the latter also refers to the old philosophical idea of koinonia, which means how we live well together, focusing on fair participation and mattering. So everything that we do and deliver for WHO is grounded in this wider program. It is organized around three interlinked...
That was my job.
Well done, honey. 3 interlinked conditions for well-being. So first, as you can see here, just a model of the program. It's about fair conditions for people to live well. It's about fair access to resources, services, opportunities, and protection within and across generations. And second, it's about experiences of mattering, that is belonging, recognition, and the opportunity to contribute and to add value. And mattering forms a bridge between fair social conditions, meaningful participation, and lived well-being. And finally, we have outcomes of well-being, that is health, dignity, trust, capability, and the lived experience of a meaningful life that is going somewhere, as we have heard earlier today as well. And these 3 conditions, they sit underneath everything we do. And from there, our research program runs across 3 work streams. It's about understanding, it's about transforming, and it's also about scaling. And today, it's not about this research program, but it's the foundation for what we also do in the Collaborating Center. And for those of you who are interested in the whole program, it's available on our webpage, and it's also the platform that makes the WHO Collaborating Center possible. So let's turn to that, Ottar.
This is what we have actually signed up to do with WHO over the next 4 years. We were designated by the WHO Europe on the 11th of September last year, reference number NOR 29. The agreement sets out a general scope to support WHO to analyze, compile, and communicate research, promising practices, and policies that accelerate the social dimensions of well-being, and to support countries to shift to well-being economy approaches. Within that scope, we have 3 concrete activities, co-developed with the WHO Venice office. They are shaped to be useful to WHO directly, not academic outputs translated afterwards. One thing to know about how we got there, we have worked with the WHO Venice office for more than a decade. The third activity on social connectedness also builds on long-running work with WHO Geneva on the social participation agenda, with Gabriele Pastirini. The mandate is new, the relationships are not. Activity 1 runs for the full 4 years. 3 country narratives a year on how country puts well-being economy thinking into practice. This is most visible part of our work and the heart of how we contribute to the WHO Wellbeing Economy Initiative. Wales and Iceland are already published, and today, during the day I think, at this seminar, Scotland will be published. Finland and Norway are next, both coming this fall. We also produce a synthesis of best practice every 2 years, an annual webinar for WHO member states. The substance and the country voices comes in the panel after lunch. Activity 2 is concentrated in year 3, thematically policy briefs and practical tools for WHO regions for health and health cities networks, rights-based and place-based, and also asset-oriented, written for use by the people who actually run regional and city-level public health work, not for citation, but for implementation. And activity 3 runs across year 2 and 3, evidence synthesis on social connectedness and agency, drawing together what we know about how social participation actually shapes health and well-being, and producing a set of common indicators, illustrated with country practice. This feeds directly into WHO's normative work on health equity and well-being. And separately, but related, WHO headquarters has asked us to write the technical paper on social participation that will feed into the 2027 UN political declaration on universal health coverage. That paper draws on this third strand. It is a sign of the trust WHO is placing in this center, and it puts our work at the center of where global health policy is heading. Across all 3 activities, we co-develop, we co-publish, and the intellectual property rests with WHO. This is a collaboration agreement, not a contract. We are, in real sense, part of WHO's working machine on these questions. And the work with WHO is not only for WHO, it also accelerates the wider welfare center, moving our transdisciplinary approaches to intergenerational well-being beyond the state of art. That is at least our ambition.
Okay, so 4 ways we try to create system-level impact. So first, it's about geography. We'll work locally and globally, and the traffic moves both ways. Local pilots, as we have also done in Trondheim, inform global debates. And international evidence comes back into Norwegian and Nordic municipal practice. And the country narratives that we will talk about later today are an example of this in action. We sit in a country, we learn how something works there, and bring those lessons back to inform what is possible elsewhere. And second, disciplines and generations. We bring together disciplines that rarely meet: humanities, social sciences, design, economics, public health, the arts, technology, and the natural sciences. And generations that also rarely shape governance. Children, young people, future cohorts whose lives will be most shaped by the decisions taken now, but are typically the last consulted. And third, it's about the methods. Our work is both data-driven and people-powered, not one or the other. It's indicators paired with co-creation. It's number paired with arts and storytelling, both rigor and human texture. Because policy is not only quantitative, that is only quantitative misses what matters, and policies that are only narrative misses what's measurable. And fourth, it's built with society. The agenda gets built together, not desired in a research environment and rolled out, but changes who is at the table, who shapes the questions, and who owns the outcomes. It is also a part of what the WHO has asked us to demonstrate, that a well-being economy thinking can be built collaboratively by people and accelerated through social participation. And running through all 4, we examine the common good. We do not assume it. So the center is not new. The work is not new. and most of what we will deliver for the WHO is built on a portfolio that has been running for years at NTNU WellFare. And this is the reason that the WHO came to us in the first place, we guess. And a brief snapshot of what supports and informs the central work. So just a few words about some research outputs. As you can see there, we have the last couple of years, from 24 to 26, over 50 published publications. Books, articles, and briefs, and we have co-funded the Nordic Journal of Wellbeing and Sustainable Welfare Development. We have also an active project portfolio across Horizon, Erasmus, NTNU, and Nordic funding. And we have also WHO outputs already published. We have country deep dives, which we'll discuss later today. And in addition, we have contributed to 3 other WHO policy briefs, 2 on social participation in health systems governance with Gabriele, as mentioned, and also 1 on implementing the WHO global framework on well-being at a country level, reaching over 50 member states. And that is giving direct technical advice to ministers of health internationally. And we also have policy and national impact. We had a Norwegian Marmot review, also written with Antti and Peter sitting here, which was led together with the UCL Institute of Health Equity. And this report also has had a real impact on policy debate, and it's reflected in 2 national white papers in Norway, and we have also contributed to the evidence base of Norway's national wellbeing strategy and following up on that. And also, on this side, we have also contributed to spark a discussion on the Future Generations Commissioner proposal in Norway. We will hear from Sophie from Wales later today, and a good example on that. So these kind of projects are what we're now building the WHO Collaborating Center on. And then we have practice and education. So in Trondheim and beyond, we co-develop innovations with municipalities, with schools, with communities, and we have portfolio projects in our wider research program. And several of them are displayed on posters around this venue today, for those who would like to take a closer look at them. And we have research or educational programs that we co-teach with the people who have lived experience of social exclusion and other types of lived experience that we really would like to bring into the table as vital knowledge. So step by step, we are building a solid consortium. More than 100 researchers and over 300 practitioners and policymakers have been engaged in projects that we have been doing so far. So, as said, when we talk about the WHO Collaborating Center, it's not the beginning. As you can see, we have much to build on. But the formal platform that we bring now, it's also been underway for years. So the center, the Collaborating Center, it will channel and concentrate this work and feed it directly into WHO's agenda.
Our work sits inside and contributes to a wider agenda. The 2024 World Health Assembly Resolution on Social Participation, the 2023 WHA Resolution on the Economics of Health for All, the WHO European Wellbeing Economy Initiative since 2020, HESRI 2, the second Health Equity Status Report initiatives that we will also hear more about today, launching this fall, and input to the 2027 UN Political Declaration on Universal Health Coverage, highlighting social participation as a fundamental element. Not work we do in isolation. Our work woven into how WHO and its member states are moving. And the partners, WHO Venice and Geneva, sister collaborating centers, especially Public Health Wales, governments like Norway, Iceland, Scotland, Wales, Finland, Slovenia, networks, the Wellbeing Economy Alliance, Healthy Cities, Regions for Health, the UCL Institute of Health Equity, civil society, and lived experience. Practice partners like Trondheim Municipality, schools, communities, voluntary organizations, and philanthropy. Some are on stage today, and several are in this room. 6 things we want to be useful for. 6 things we want to be measured against. Policy impact, evidence synthesis, pilots and implementation learning that directly support WHO member states in strengthening health and well-being systems, work that informs decisions, not just literature reviews. Practice transformation, scalable tools, leadership academies, and municipal partnerships that turn knowledge into sustained action on the ground. Not best practice guides written from a desk. Real partnerships with people doing the work. Public engagement, meaningful engagement with children, young people, and populations most affected by the inequities, ensuring lived experience shapes decisions and narratives. The well-being economy cannot just be a policy conversation. It has to be a public one. Education and capacity building. Looking into educational programs, PhD training, and executive education for public leaders driving systems change. Because the next generation of policymakers, practitioners, and researchers needs to be educated for this work. Leadership for the long term, practical tools that help institutions move beyond short-termism, embedding well-being, prevention, and intergenerational fairness into planning and budgeting. And open practice, radical transparency in how we work, sharing methods, insights, failures, and successes to accelerate collective learning and global impact. The purpose is adaptive learning, helping others, including ourselves, move faster and avoid mistakes already made. For our WHO deliverables, we report formally on indicators agreed with WHO. For wider work, we commit to public open practice. Both matter.
Yes. So today we are here also with a direct invitation to all of you. What we have set out with the WHO mandate, the wider work that supports it, and the way that we work, the partners, and the long horizon, none of it functions as a single research program delivering against the list. It only functions as a coalition. So researchers across disciplines, policymakers, local, national, and international, practitioners running services and programs, civil society, philanthropy, business, and this is really non-negotiable for us. It is about the people and bringing those on board, those whose lives are at stake. The children, the young people, communities, and those most affected by exclusion, they have to be partners in this, not subjects of it. And some of you in this room, you are already a part of this coalition. Some are here to decide whether you want to be or not. And some are here to listen to see what this is about and what it can become. And all of these are welcome. So today we have a conversation about building this form of coalition and partnership. And the rest of the program today, the panels, the lunch tables, the closing reflections, that is where the coalition starts becoming real. So let's build it together. Well-being for all, across generations, where everyone can participate and matter.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You can feel the warmth in the room. I've had very strict instructions, but I will allow myself just a brief comment because I have read the program. It's 20 pages, so it's doable. It's doable. But what I felt when I read this and when I've heard from you is that there's something about hope that's so important because, well, I've been part of Norwegian politics, national politics, for 18 years or something, more than 18 years. And of course, I follow the debates, and it makes me sad quite often. And I think for many politicians, it's the same. It makes them sad as well. And you bring back hope in a way, and you make hope practical. And that makes me feel more engaged, inspired, instead of wanting just to give up. And I think that a lot of people have that feeling these days because it's so dramatic around us. So bringing back hope and making it doable is so important. So I just wanted to say thank you. But now we're going to hear two endorsements, one national, one institutional. First by video, Cathrine Lofthus, Director of the Norwegian Directorate of Health and member of WHO's Executive Board, on what this center means from the vantage of national policy and Norway's commitments on well-being and sustainable development. Then live, Dina and Ottar's colleague, Hans-Petter Ullebek, Vice Dean for Research at the Faculty of Social and Educational Sciences here at the NTNU, the Home Faculty of Welfare with the institutional response. Cathrine, on screen now.
I'm so glad that I'm able to congratulate WellFare at the Norwegian University of Science and Technology, NTNU, on becoming a WHO collaborating center on well-being and social sustainability digitally. This is, of course, an important academic milestone, also for Norway. For a small country like Norway, the World Health Organization is essential. It enables us to shape global health policies, strengthen our preparedness for health crises, and amplify our voice through multilateral cooperation. And by supporting WHO, we both safeguard our own population and contribute to global health, security, and equity. In a challenging resource situation, WHO collaborating centers play an increasingly important role in supporting WHO's normative work. As a WHO collaborating center, WellFare can contribute to translating global WHO agendas into national policy context and implementation, and help bridge research, policy, and practice. And this is valuable for public authorities. The research at your center concentrates on themes like well-being, health equity, social participation, and the importance of mattering. And these themes are deeply embedded in Norwegian society and reflected across our policy frameworks, from our constitution to our current national public health goals. Norwegian public health policy and our Public Health Act is built on the principle that a good life is created mainly outside of the healthcare sector, where we live and where we work, through meaningful activities and, importantly, through our social relationships. I am confident that research on these topics will become even more important in the years ahead, when facing increased pressure on public services and our welfare state, along with persisting and in some areas rising social inequality, climate change, and global turmoil. In such times, it is important to be reminded of what matters for our well-being and for our health, and thus the resilience of our society, so that we can continue to protect and enhance these values. National health authorities have benefited from knowledge contributions from research at WellFare NTNU over several years. For instance, you contributed to bring forward important knowledge about social inequalities in health in Norway through the Marmot Review from 2023, together with University College London. And this review helped inform the current National White Paper for Public Health Policy. And in a few weeks' time, you will launch a report that explores what value a well-being economy approach could have in a Norwegian context. That report will be the result from a collaborating project initiated by the Norwegian Directorate of Health. And the findings from the project will feed into the biggest joint action on public health from the European Union, called Joint Action Prevent NCD. We look forward to the launch of this report, which will take place during a seminar about the national work with well-being on the 4th of June, hosted by the Ministry of Health and Care Services and the Directorate of Health, and we hope to see many of you there as well. The report that will be launched in June is a contribution to the national work with well-being in Norway that has been ongoing for over a decade. The Directorate of Health has coordinated this work along with several close collaborating partners, many of you who are here today. One outcome of this work has been the development of a system for measuring well-being, which Statistic Norway and the Norwegian Institute of Public Health have used to conduct national and regional surveys of well-being in the adult population since 2020. And the findings reveal clear social inequalities in well-being. People outside the labor market, people with health problems, and those who are single or non-heterosexual are among the groups more likely to experience low levels of well-being. In 2025, the Norwegian government presented a national well-being strategy from measurements to policymaking, reflecting a shared question in many countries: how well-being insights can inform policy. And the reflections from this launch seminar will be relevant to further work in Norway. In conclusion, I really look forward to continued dialogue between research, policy and practice, nationally and internationally, and on how we can promote well-being, participation and fairness in this changing world that we are living in. And I would once again congratulate WellFare and NTNU on this important recognition and wish you every success in the work ahead. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Faculty of Social and Educational Sciences at NTNU, it is a great pleasure to congratulate NTNU WellFare and the establishment of the WHO Collaboration Center. This is a significant day for our faculty, a day we have been looking forward to, and a day we are proud being a part of. It is very nice to have the opportunity to say a few words, first and foremost, on behalf of the faculty as a Vice Dean, but also because Dina and Ottar are dear colleagues of mine. Today brings together researchers, policymakers, municipalities, civil society, practitioners, business leaders, and international partners. That tells us something important. The social challenges we are facing, exclusion, inequality, loneliness, mental health struggles, and social fragmentation, cannot be solved by one sector alone. They require collaboration, they require trust, and they require knowledge grounded in people's everyday lives. Children and young people have many opportunities in our context, the Norwegian welfare state. However, far too many still experience social exclusion. Our approach to solving these problems, however, contains significant gaps, and it will be important and necessary to learn from how such challenges are addressed in contexts others than our own. This is precisely why the work of welfare matters so much. Societal challenges must be addressed with knowledge-based solutions. It's crucial that researchers lead the way and collaborate broadly, both nationally and internationally, to promote social sustainability, human rights, and inclusive welfare states. For the Faculty of Social and Educational Sciences, this is central to our mission. Our faculty are committed to developing knowledge that strengthens participation, reduces exclusion, and contributes to fair and sustainable societies. Welfare are among the academic communities at the faculty that continue to demonstrate national leadership and excellence in this field. And today, through the WHO Collaboration Center, welfare takes an important new step. From being a strong Nordic and national force, it now becomes part of a global, highly respected and deeply committed international network. That matters because some of the most important ideas in social sustainability begin locally. A model tested in a neighborhood here in Trondheim may inspire work in another country, and experiences from other countries may help us build better communities here at home. So today, we celebrate not only a designation from WHO, we celebrate a shared ambition to build societies where more people experience belonging, participation, trust, and quality of life. Congratulations to everyone who has contributed making this possible. And a special thanks go to Dina and Ottar. Dina is a new for the work you continue to do, locally, nationally, and globally. We, the faculty and colleagues, look forward to following the center's continued progress. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hans-Petter. As you noticed, we are already innovative. So a new name. Now, after this intense start and inspiring start, not least, we'll have a short break for 15 minutes with coffee, informal networking. Be back at 10:25, or when you hear the bells ring, the cowbells. Yeah, be back, okay? Okay, everyone, please take a seat. I actually didn't hear the cowbell, so I was tricked, but it has been there, so I was told. Now, let's move into the health equity agenda. You've already heard from Chris once. We'll now hear from her again, together with Peter Goldblatt from the UCL, the Institute of Health Equity. Chris, Peter, the floor is yours.
So we need to put my presentation up first. So Peter and I are doing a double act. Those of you who have worked with us know that Peter and I often do a double act. He says it, I say it so that we have a synergy and a support, and he says it so I can interrupt him. But I'm not sure if that's the case. So today you will be the judge of that. Basically we've heard quite a lot so far about health equity. And I have a very short story to tell before I hand over to Pete to present some of the data from our new second Health Equity Status Report. In 2018, the then Regional Director for Europe, Susanne Jacob, called me on the 4th of December, I remember. I was in Albania working. And she said, Chris, what are you doing on the 2nd of January next year? And I said, oh, I don't know. She said, great, you're going to come to Copenhagen, and I want you to do a review of how well Europe is doing around reducing inequalities. I would like you to do that and present it to me in 2 months' time. Well, I did go to Copenhagen. I did do the review, but she got it a year later. So, time frames, I live in Italy now, so time frames are slightly different to they are in Copenhagen. And basically, what we're going to tell you about is that journey. We started from a point of view of saying, why are we not making the progress? There's a lot of talk about it. So we spent 12 months talking to politicians, talking to communities, to professionals, talking to journalists, to understand what was the problem. And here we got at the top, when you talk about inequity, it's very generic, but we said, okay, you want to know about inequalities in well-being because that's where we can see if people are beginning to fall behind. What can we do around inequalities for people who are already unwell? And what do we do about the longer-term life expectancy? So we want equity to look at those things. And we found that these were the main barriers. A lot of the people we talked to said, it's just not possible. It's not possible. We should expect inequities in our society. And I'm reminded of something that Odd, my colleague, said this morning around this issue about buying back. There was a view at that time, and there still is, let's be honest, that some people will win and some people will lose. Well, what our data's telling us is who was winning and losing 20 years ago wasn't acceptable when it was 5% of the population. But when it's 15% of the population, or it's 20% of the population, that's not acceptable and it's stupid. What to prioritize? Okay, we're on board with you. What do? You give us all of these amazing things and do 100 things, but what is the thing that's going to level up the fastest? When we spoke to politicians, they said, yeah, we can't really get results in normal political cycles. And actually, a piece of work that we did with the previous report and we're bringing to this report was showing that actually with affordable investments in a basket of policies you're probably already implementing but not with an equity focus, in a country of 60 million, you can improve the lives of 150,000 people in 4 years of those policies being introduced, and we can prove it. We were also told, yeah, but there's not really a lot of support from business or from the public for these kind of policies. We actually showed that 84% of Europeans believe that inequalities should be at the top of their government's agenda. And then, how do we sustain those results over time? So, the Health Equity Status Report was developed to respond to those barriers, to prove that wrong, to disable political and technical roadblocks, to shift the focus from talking about problems to talking about solutions. We've introduced, since then, a new initiative on Pathfinder countries. We know that countries who are taking this road want to connect with other countries to share learning, and I think that's what the Collaborating Centre will do, and my colleague Ottar will be talking about this on the panel this afternoon. And, as we said before, the data and the evidence is important. So we have data analysis and AI tools. Pete's going to shout at me in a minute. We are launching this report on the 7th of September, charting progress, saying what's driving equity and inequity, because if we don't also capture what's working, we can't accelerate those things. Signpost to concrete solutions, and what our focus this time is on changing lives for a stronger Europe through health equity. And we're showing that at each stage in every life course, children, young people, working years, later life, you can act to change the trajectory of those people's lives and therefore their well-being and health outcomes. We have modelling investments, which Pete is going to share, showing the benefits for both fiscal and public sector, but also for social and individual resilience and for human capital building. And we will show ultimately how this is critical for trust and social sustainability. So on that basis, I'm going to hand over to Pete. You have to go through the, yeah, okay, lovely.
There we go. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be back in Trondheim talking about health equity. As Chris mentioned, the first HESRI report was a number of more than 5 years ago, and since then, health has not improved for everyone, and fragility is increasing. We know this. There are higher risks of illness that limits daily life, higher risks of poor mental health, and higher risks of poor self-reported health. These are all findings from HESRI. This graph illustrates how at each stage of life some of the essential conditions affect health differently. This is of self-reported health, and the red is health care, the green is housing, the yellow is financial insecurity, and the purple is lack of trust and belonging, and the blue is decent work conditions. And we can see that each of them affects life at each stage in life, but a different amount as people go through life. Now, this is not HESRI, this is work we did with welfare for the Norwegian government, but what it shows is that those inequities start early in life. This is upper secondary school and girls, showing the social gradient in expecting to have a good, happy life. And we have similar graphs for boys and similar graphs at lower secondary school. This all comes from Jung data. And this is, I think, one of the messages I'm trying to bring about HESRI is it's a report based on international data that has been submitted by countries, but you can use it to compare countries and then go down to the national level and even lower to the local level. And so it's an input to making detailed studies within each country. Now, I've shown the lack of well-being there. What drives the poor health of young women and men? It's being not in employment, education and training, NEETs, or having unmet need for health care. And this graph and several of them will show the European data and then the comparative data for Norway, showing that although Norway is one of the wealthiest countries in Europe, it still has inequities that mirror some of those in Europe as a whole and the wider WHO European region. Now, just focusing on NEETs for a moment, because as I showed, those inequities start with a social gradient at school. But what we see when people leave school is that many of them, as a result of those inequities earlier in life, don't go into education, employment or training. There is some recent research evidence showing that people who were NEETs between 16 and 24, they have poorer health and poor economic outlooks at that point, but when they're 50, those effects persist. So we see that, as Chris was saying, if we address NEETs now, we affect people in the coming few years, but also if we fail to do so, we've lost it for a whole generation. And our research in Norway showed that immigrants have higher NEETs rates than others, but when we looked in Trondheim, we found that it was among those residents who were born in Trondheim and were left behind and stayed in Trondheim that had the highest NEETs rate. So it shows that these results we're presenting in HESRI, you have to go down to the local context to understand the dynamics of what was happening, which is very much what Ottar and Dina said earlier. And investing in health of young people increases participation in employment and reduces social exclusion risks. And this is some of the kind of evidence that we're producing from HESRI. And going back to that issue of mental health, which is poor mental health is growing across Europe and it's costing economies hugely in terms of the productivity of the employed population and those who are failing to be employed, who are NEETs, etc. And with the demographic shift to an older population, that becomes unsustainable in Europe. And moving on to working years, depression and anxiety disorders have increased. People who are struggling, who have lower incomes, are more likely to be anxious and depressed for a number of reasons which we explore in HESRI. And tackling anxiety and depression then is a key to healthy working years, healthy workers, productive workers. And again, the factors that make people in work anxious and depressed, unmet need for healthcare, lack of control over the work environment and their lives, and a lack of life satisfaction, of poor well-being. All of these contribute to that and then undermine the economies of countries. Financial decisions that governments make have dire consequences. I think Odd talked a lot about this earlier, so I'll just go over that quickly. And
to press again. And no.
Smart investment in public health policies during working life benefits the economy now and reduces poverty after age 65. So it's important not just for the working population that we do all these things that we've talked about, healthy working conditions, healthy and affordable homes, affordable health services, which all bring benefits during working ages, but also prepare people for retirement. And that, as I said, with a demographic shift to an older population, is really critical. And so if we look at poor health and mental and physical health after retirement, we see, again, unmet need for healthcare, loneliness, and poverty are all factors that undermine a happy and healthy retirement. And again, another graph from Norway showing the effect of volunteering more than 5 hours a week is beneficial in terms of loneliness. So again, this points to some of the solutions to at least one problem, but again, we go through a range of these indicators in HESRI, which are available on the atlas that will become available in September, and which allow people to explore the comparisons between individual countries like Norway and other countries in Europe or neighbouring countries. So staying well in later life is then possible through good public health policies and social support systems. It reduces emergency admissions to hospital and reduces loneliness. And this is the evidence Chris was talking about of what can be achieved through a small tweaking of GDP investment over 4 years, and in a country of 60 million would result in large numbers of lives improved. So social participation and public engagement are key drivers of health, and this is a message all morning, but it comes through in HESRI. It needs involvement with local government, civil society organisations, deliberative democracy, proportional representation, a free press, and gender equity. So a range of factors that are really about the well-being of a society. And that's all from us.
Thank you so much. You know, we could have listened to you the whole day, but we can't. But we're going, and some of us, I just have to say, some of us are going to looking very closely into the report, looking for some keywords. The first 1001 days, the critical period in a child's life. And trauma, ACEs, yeah, just saying. Okay, our next part will be focusing on long-term governance and people-powered approaches. A warm welcome to kind of a legend in our circles. Sophie Howe, the world's first Future Generations Commissioner, now former, from Wales. Sophie, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. As always, it's an absolute pleasure to be with you, and particularly excited for the launch of this collaborating centre and all of the hard work that Dina and Ottar and others have put into that. And I wanted to start with a Welsh word. This is the word dysgu, and it has a dual meaning. It means to both teach and to learn. And I think that that sort of sums up what the Collaborating Centre is doing and what we're doing here today as well. And I also learnt recently that teaching and learning between Wales and Norway isn't a new thing. This picture back in the 1970s in a place called Ely in Cardiff, where I grew up, it would probably be in Peter's graph over here, the very less affluent areas with those long-term challenges around poverty, social exclusion and so on. But actually, this is a youth centre in Ely, where back in the 1970s, during my time growing up, the only thing that kept that youth centre going in the summer was an exchange from Norwegian students coming and working in that youth centre. And also teaching and learning the Norwegian church here, which is just outside our Senedd, our Parliament building, and is actually the home to so many of our kind of political engagement events. Now, you obviously had a very big impact on teaching and learning from those exchanges in the 1970s, because coming from Ely and Cardiff, this is the first female First Minister, Eluned Morgan, who came from that community, grew up there, going through those youth centres in the 1970s, and myself. And the connections sort of don't stop here. If we move on to now, and our current generations, well, this is the most recent exchange between students from Bergen and Wales. And this is my son, my eldest son, who today is arriving in Bergen on a Royal Navy ship. He's a communications specialist there. Now, why I want to bring this up is because I want to pose the question, what is the world now that this generation are experiencing? Quite a different world to the one that we experience. So from the perspective of AI, climate change, wealth inequality, aging population, artificial intelligence, geopolitical turmoil, which as a mother with a son in the Royal Navy, I can tell you that is a real angst for me, and obviously democracy in crisis. All of these issues entirely sort of predictable in many ways. We might not be able to plot exactly how they were going to pan out, but indeed they are predictable because they also intersect. So when we look at the kind of climate crisis being fueled by wealth inequality, when we look at an aging population more vulnerable to a climate crisis, and so on, that breeds discontent, that leads to democracy being in crisis and geopolitical turmoil. And quite frankly, our systems are not equipped to deal with any of this. And the elephant in the room, in terms of our systems, is that they are endemically short-term. And so the question that we need to pose is, how do we do policy by design rather than by disaster? Well, in that regard, welcome to Wales, croeso I Gymru, the first country in the world who legislated to protect the interests of future generations and to put many of the things that we've been talking about today in terms of well-being on a statutory footing. Now, we've heard a lot about the what we need to do. I'm going to talk about the how we did it, which is quite fitting, seeing as my name is Sophie Howe. It feels like that's what I should do. So, the how. First of all, back in 2013-14, Wales held a national conversation with citizens. It followed a manifesto commitment which simply said we will legislate for sustainable development. Now, that could have gone off in a range of different directions. It could have been something that, you know, the NGOs and, you know, lots of people in government burrowed away in and didn't engage citizens at all, but actually government decided to take it in a different direction. They held a national conversation with the citizens of Wales where they posed the question, what is the Wales you want to leave behind to your children, your grandchildren and future generations to come? And this is what the citizens of Wales came up with, these 7 interconnected well-being goals. And these actually formed the goals that are now set out in law in Wales. They essentially form the vision or the North Star by which all of our decisions in Wales taken by our government and all of our public institutions must be tested. The question is, are you helping, is what you're planning to do helping or hindering us getting towards these goals? Now, you wouldn't think it was revolutionary for a country to have a set of long-term goals, which doesn't change from one electoral cycle to the next, but it is indeed revolutionary. The next thing about these goals that's really important is the fact that they apply to everyone. So every public body in Wales must contribute, must show how their actions are contributing to every one of those well-being goals. So delivering the goal of a healthier Wales is not just the domain of the health department and our primary care infrastructure, it's just as much the role of the economy department, of the arts and culture sector and so on. The next thing that's quite revolutionary about this is this goal of a prosperous Wales, and we've heard a lot about the woes and the challenges of GDP, and I very much share a frustration about our obsession with GDP. Essentially, it's an extractive mindset, isn't it? We've built this economic system that treats human and kind of environmental resources, resource depletion, as a kind of invisible cost, and we've always almost kind of accepted that. In Wales, we are seeking to change that. We do not make any reference in our aspiration for a prosperous Wales to GDP. We do use GDP as one of the measures, but one of 50, not the measure. And what we're trying to reach is a society which is innovative, productive, low carbon, recognises the limits of the global environment, uses resources efficiently and proportionately, and so on. And when you combine that approach to a new type of economic system, alongside the requirements to meet all of the other 6 well-being goals, that is when you start to see well-being approaches in action. And of course, this is gaining traction now across the world with the work that's happening here, reviewing different approaches in different countries, the UN report on beyond growth, and I think really the moment that we're in at the moment, that sort of moment of crisis, is really demanding a completely different way to thinking about the economy. Now, the next thing that the legislation does is it sets out 5 principles for decision making. So public bodies must consider the long-term impact of the things that they do. They must apply foresight. They must balance the needs of current and future generations. They must seek to prevent problems from occurring or getting worse. So that's in terms of how they spend, what their policy interventions are, seeking to move from just responding to acute issues to primary prevention. They must integrate their actions. So this is recognising the connections between each one of the wellbeing goals. And I was so pleased to see Peter put that graph on, which I was just saying to a colleague, I am still using the WHO health equity status graph from, I think I've been told it was 2019, which outlines what are the differences for what are the reasons for the differences in life expectancy. We invest so much money into health in terms of the healthcare system, and yet we often forget those kind of primary drivers of health. So recognising that everything's connected to everything. For that purpose, collaboration, all of our public bodies must work together, and there are particular governance mechanisms and new bodies and boards that are established to do that, and involvement, so co-production with citizens, beyond engagement, beyond consultation, a genuine sense of co-production. The next thing the legislation does is establish accountability through an independent Future Generations Commissioner. So that was my role for the first 7 years of the legislation. A role to be both coach and referee, as I describe it. So coaching, supporting, advising government and the other public bodies on how they can meet these wellbeing goals, helping to equip the system on long-term thinking, because hands up if anyone in this room has ever been trained in foresight. 1, 2, 3. 3 people. Okay, our system's not equipped to be able to think and act in the long term, and most of the processes in our system actively work against that, so trying to unpick many of those things. And then referee powers to intervene in decisions, to hold government to account. I couldn't force anyone to do anything or stop anyone doing anything, but I did have powers to publicly intervene, to review decisions that have been taken, and to ask for public justification. And if public bodies didn't follow my recommendations, they had to outline publicly why they were failing to do so. So essentially, our model is built around these 4 A's. Set out the aims, the long-term aims you're trying to achieve, the architecture of the system, action. Where do we expect action to happen? Well, the legislation sets out in the way that we spend public money, in long-term budget planning and spending profile, in the way that we procure goods and services, in our risk management, in our workforce planning, in our assets management. These are all areas where the Act is expected to be applied. And then, as I said, the 4th A, accountability. Now, I don't know if any of you have ever seen this 3 Horizons model, but this is something that we used quite often. And in fact, with the Collaborating Centre, the WHO Collaborating Centre with Public Health Wales, there's a piece of work that's been done with the Future Generations Commissioner Office to help to upskill people on this. But essentially, Horizon 1 is kind of where we're going if we could continue as business with business as usual. So we're going on a downward trajectory in many ways. Horizon 3 is where we want to be, and I guess this is the trick in Wales. We know where we want to be. We want to have achieved these 7 wellbeing goals. Horizon 2, the blue in the middle, is basically what are the things in the system, the changes, the new policies, the interventions, the innovations that can take us from Horizon 1 to Horizon 3. But there's also a test here that we need to apply, and this is where we get into the real nitty-gritty of how we're actually applying this wellbeing framework. Is sometimes the things that you think look like an innovation and might be a good thing to do, if they're just designed to achieve silo-based outcomes, they can actually just be reinforcing the status quo. So if I give you an example of if your mission is to decarbonise your transportation system, which is an entirely reasonable mission to have, then an answer to that might be mass investment in electric vehicles, electric vehicle infrastructure, grants for electric vehicles, tax breaks, so on and so on. However, the problem is that with that actually just reinforces business as usual. We're all still using the world's resources and more to produce the batteries for the electric vehicles. We're contributing to the obesity crisis. We're all still starting congestion in our electric vehicles rather than our petrol vehicles, not talking to each other. And if you're from a poorer family, you couldn't afford a petrol vehicle, you definitely can't afford an electric one. So it actually just takes us back to the status quo. A much better bang for your well-being buck, if you apply this well-being lens, is to invest in public transport and active travel. And that was exactly the issue in terms of the first big test of the legislation in Wales. So government had plans to spend the entire of their borrowing capacity building a 13-mile stretch of motorway to deal with the problem of congestion. Now, you know, pick a country, any country in a way, and there will be a similar issue that has occurred. And I can tell you what will happen. The road will be built. It won't matter whether it goes through state sites of important natural resources. They won't be accounting for the air pollution and so on, because they need to deal with an immediate crisis of congestion, not in Wales. So when you have this legal accountability framework with an independent commissioner who can pose the question to government publicly, can you please explain to me how you've applied the Future Generations Act to the decision that you're about to take? Can you explain to me how it's in line with the goal of a prosperous Wales, a productive, innovative, low-carbon society which uses resources efficiently and proportionately? Because by my calculations, we're going to be increasing carbon emissions by building a road. Can you also explain to me how it's in line with the goal of a resilient Wales, which is about enhancing, maintaining, restoring nature and ecosystems, because this is where the road was going to be built? Can you explain to me how it's in line with the goal of a healthier Wales, because I'm not sure how taking no action in terms of getting people actively travelling and increasing air pollution is going to meet that goal? And can you also explain how it's in line with the goal of a more equal Wales, because 25% of the lowest income families in this region don't own a car? So you can see that when you apply that holistic lens of well-being and that you have a statutory footing for that, different things start to happen. So was considered a done deal. Actually, the government changed their minds. They cancelled the road building scheme. They invested instead in public transport and active travel. And we reformed the entire approach to transport. Now, you might think, why is she talking about transport when we're here at a World Health Organization Collaborating Centre launch? Well, that is exactly why. Because all of these decisions taken in different departments contribute either positively or negatively to achieving the health outcomes we want. And this is where we really need to get to in terms of that whole system approach. That it's not just the business of health, that it is the business of how we take transport decisions. It is the business of how our economy works. It is the business in terms of how we deploy our assets in arts, culture and heritage through social prescribing to improve population health. And on this transport journey, just applying these three horizons, I've lost some things there. I don't know where they've gone. But essentially what we did is we then reviewed the entire transport strategy for Wales. We cancelled 51 of 55 pre-approved road building schemes. We invested that money instead in public transport and active travel. We rolled out 20-mile-an-hour zones across the entire of Wales, which has already reduced casualties and deaths by 38% in the first 3 years. And this, in this last year, we have seen the first of the South Wales metro system come online because we changed those spending decisions, and a 1/5 increase in passenger numbers. So, to just move on quickly in terms of a couple of other examples. So on recycling, so whatever your starting point, we started with transport. I'm now going to start with zero waste. How do you think about reaching an aspiration, the what we want to achieve, reaching zero waste? How do you do that through a well-being lens? Well, we look at the way in which we procure public facilities. How do we do that? How do we use public spend as a lever to get to zero waste? We look at, when we start to do that, we start to create new jobs and innovation. So here, Nappy Cycle, I call it bums on roads. This is literally recycling, it's quite disgusting really, but it's recycling used nappies into the asphalt for road resurfacing. How do we bring in community and tackling loneliness and isolation? So we set up the community repair cafes. We heard about the importance of volunteering to health and bringing that community connection. And how do we address equity? Well, we focus on doing things to reduce waste, like the library of things, where you can borrow things instead of buy. That's good for reducing waste, but it's also really good in terms of helping people in poverty and so on. Now, I've run out of time, so I'm just going to skip very quickly to the important part of what I want to say, which is focusing on addressing well-being and putting well-being approaches into government must be beyond dashboards. So I work with a number of different countries across the world now, and there are increasing numbers of well-being dashboards, measuring what matters and so on. Now, that is very important, but if you stop at the dashboard, instead of posing the question, how is that dashboard actually influencing your decisions, you are not going to move very far. So actually, this is really about everybody, as in everybody individuals, and every public body working to achieve the same aim and testing everything they do by its impact on well-being. And it's about everything. So everybody being responsible for delivering, in our case, all of those 7 well-being goals. The final thing that I wanted to say was just about the importance of people. Because again, we often, you know, we can focus on the governance systems, we can focus on new legislation, but I always describe what we've done in Wales as the biggest cultural change programme Wales has ever seen. And part of that journey was about finding the frustrated champions. Now, a young mentor that I had, we set up a reverse mentoring scheme, so I had my own mentor. He sort of talked to me about, actually what we need to do is to give everyone hammers. We're trying to break down this wall of a short-term system, and it's really difficult. In this system, there are thousands of frustrated champions. I reckon most of you in this room are frustrated champions. You're the people who are going, for God's sake, can't you see if we just do this, we'll get those outcomes? And the system's going, oh no, we can't possibly do that. So we need to give you all hammers. We need to find who you are first. We need to give you all hammers to start breaking down that wall. And this is exactly the approach that we took in Wales. We found these frustrated champions. We helped them to start breaking down this wall of, no, we can't do it, we must maintain the status quo. When we found them, more came, and they started coming with more hammers, and that was quicker to break down the wall. And eventually, what we started doing in different sectors was this fundamental change towards a better way of being. Now, this is moving on globally. Future generations thinking designed to achieve the well-being of current and future generations. A UN declaration on future generations. There are many countries now across the world who are starting to embed this type of thinking. The key challenge is for us to be joining the dots around that kind of connective tissue, if you like, of how do we join well-being approaches with long-term governance? How do we make sure that we're involving citizens? How do we join the dots between what the health sector are doing, the environmental sector, the poverty sector, and so on? We're seeing the importance, therefore, of learning those lessons from work like that's being done here in the Collaborating Centre. And here are kind of my, I suppose, parting lessons to add to that. So we need to set long-term goals and we need to stick to them. We need to make sure that delivering those long-term goals are everyone's business. We need to drive different types of leadership behaviours, and everyone can lead at whatever level you're at. Integration is hard, and that needs time, leadership and support, that connective tissue to join the dots. We must resolve processes and conflicts, because most of the system that we're operating in at the moment works completely against what we're trying to achieve, so we need to try and resolve some of that. We need to revise our success measures. We've talked about that. Even when we've done all of that, political bravery is still entirely necessary. Making these fundamental and transformational shifts does not come easy. It's a bit easier if you've got a legislative framework and a commissioner who's going to be shouting about things if you don't do it, but it's still quite hard. Radical incrementalism. So we often talk about the big and brave decisions, but actually this is about the small decisions that are taken every day that are going to apply a well-being approach or not. And when we all take those individual small decisions towards a radical end game of well-being for people and planet, then amazing things can happen. Citizens and community are your superpower, so we must talk to them. Just because you wrote a strategy, it doesn't mean that your work here is done. We love a strategy in the public sector. We like to write it, to publish it, and then we go, excellent, we can move on to the next thing now. So in that line, prioritise decisions over dashboards. And I'm going to end with this. Only a crisis, actual or perceived, produces real change. When that crisis occurs, the actions that are taken depend on the ideas that are lying around. Someone that I'm not a fan of, Milton Friedman, but actually speaks a lot of sense here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You know, Sophie, have you heard about cloning? We'd like to clone you. I hope cloning is the right word in English. Is it? Yes, it's Norwegian, it's cloning. Thanks. We're going to hear from you next after the panel. We're going to have our first panel soon. But first, we're going to have a short video message from the Slovenian National Institute of Public Health.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, thanks a lot for the invitation and for giving Slovenia the opportunity to speak. Slovenia has a long-standing commitment to advancing well-being and equity as central pillars of national policy and international engagement. Through initiatives such as the Slovenia Equity 2030 Agenda and sustained collaboration with WHO Europe and WHO headquarters, Slovenia has established itself as a credible and active partner in promoting values-driven, equity-oriented approaches to health and development. Since our independence in 1992, we have legislative obligation to assess policies for the health impacts. Slovenian Development Strategy 2017-2030 is strongly building on well-being principles. It has 6 key indicators linking different sectors, and healthy life years as the first one, followed by PISA education results, risk of social exclusion, GDP per capita, employment rates, and share of renewable energy in gross final energy consumption. Strategies representing a traditionally sound grounding for a number of well-being policies already existing in my country. As for instance, the school meals policy initiated in the 1960s, covering 2 main goals: provision of healthy and nutritious foods for children, as expected, and to enable equitable access for the female workforce to the labor market, which was also a very important one. We could notice that also in other situations, in natural disaster in 2023, for instance, when major floodings destroyed many structures, we did not just look for the physically rebuilt homes, but also through directing public finance and efforts towards mental health organizations, look to rebuild the state of mental well-being of the people and trauma they went through. And it was very obvious that solidarity is, in that situation, that solidarity is one of the key values in Slovene society, another cornerstone for well-being. But we do also understand that we are stronger together, and collaboration with other initiatives is our priority in the field. To give you a flavor, I would just share some of our international activities. In June 2019, for instance, Slovenia was honored to host the first WHO European high-level conference on health equity in Ljubljana, with the aim to accelerating progress towards reducing health inequalities across the region. The conference concluded with a pledge from WHO European region members to prioritize reducing inequalities, focusing on social, economic, and environmental determinants, and advocating for multi-sector action and sustainable investment in health. With the statement, final one. The WHO Collaborating Center for Health and Development is based in Murska Sobota, one of the cities in the eastern region of Slovenia, which has for years contributed to the work of the WHO Office for Health and Development in Venice, in Italy, organizing workshops, trainings, intersector action, and sustainable development. We are revising the actions of that collaborative center exactly now in 2026. We have focused on securing social participation, passing a law that ensures this right, and including a regular budget for civil society and NGOs and wider social participation mechanisms. It is for that reason that we were the lead sponsor of the World Health Assembly Resolution on Social Participation in 2024, and our president has spoken in many fora, including the UN General Assembly last year, on this topic. Understanding that a health and well-being economy must be based on participatory and inclusive approaches to ensure prosperity for all in Slovenia, our president has also joined the event with Icelandic president at the Wellbeing Economy Forum in April this year in Reykjavik. We have also been strong advocates for the Wellbeing Economy internationally, being a founding member of the Wellbeing Economy Government's initiative, co-sponsoring the World Health Assembly Resolution on the Economics of Health for All in 2024, directing a WHO collaborating center in Slovenia more towards the wellbeing economy. And level of governmental proactivity in the country is also, of course, depending on every individual actual government term. Slovenia is at the moment leading the sustainability work within Joint Action Prevent NCD 2024-2027 with almost 100 million euros worth initiative of 25 member states and IFTA countries coordinated by Norway. We are implementing the vision that all policy or pilot proposals developed in this joint action should be assessed for the well-being potential and recommended as such to the European Commission and member states. Today, in the times of permanent and poly-crisis, we do need well-being policies and well-being approaches more than ever. It's clear that societal paradigm of constant economic growth growth is driving us to the wall, and well-being economy could be the political survival response for the humanity and the planet. We are keen to join scientific knowledge transfer, implementation initiatives of any kind to bring that necessary positive change to our societies. Wishing you a fruitful meeting and a lot of success to the established WHO Collaborating Center on Wellbeing and Sustainability. Congratulations, we are looking very much forward to the future initiatives and joint work.
Thank you. Now we're going to move over to the panel, and we don't have much time, so this panel, they are specifically picked out because they're so good at being on time. Come up, everyone. You know who you are. You can see that. Dere kan stå der. You can stand there. I'm very far away, am I not? Can I be closer? I'll try. Snikende ullteppe. Okay. So you can see who they are, but they have had 3 questions in advance, since we are nice people. And those 3 questions are, why does social participation really matter in the work you do? Tell us about the time you saw it actually work. And when it gets stuck, what helps it move? We'll Going from my right to the left, Gabriele, let's start with you. Same 3 parts.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Well, first of all, before answering your question, I would just like to say how happy I am to be here during this celebration. It's really a celebration today for a very well-deserved designation for NTNU WellFare Center as a WHO collaborating center. You are a key partner for WHO. We are really proud to be working with you, and we really look forward to a lot of successful work together. Having said that, going to your question, I think from a global health perspective, social participation is really central to health system work. And it's important to stress that when we talk about social participation, and there is a strong link with the well-being economy agenda and also linked very much to the long-term governance that we heard in Sophie's presentation, it's really important to say this is not a nice to have, this is not an add-on, this is really a core function of health systems. And we know it's crucial to achieve universal health coverage, it's crucial to implement the primary healthcare-based approach, and it's really important, particularly for low and middle income countries, because that's where social participation really helps to align services with people's real need and expectations. There is a strong political mandate for this agenda. In 2024, the World Health Assembly voted for a WHO resolution on social participation for universal health coverage, health and well-being, which basically mandates WHO and member states to work on institutionalizing social participation in health. And institutionalizing means providing regular engagement, not ad hoc. Should not be a tokenistic exercise, providing adequate financial resources to run these processes. It means embedding it in legal frameworks. We have some countries that have been leading globally this agenda for many years, like Thailand and Brazil, which have embedded mandatory social participation in policy, in health policy, either at constitutional level or in regular law. And that makes a big difference. The resolution also mandates WHO and member states to documenting best practices and disseminating them, and that's where we are going to work closely with the collaborating center. But also very importantly, to focus on people in vulnerable situations. So it's about those left behind in the system. This agenda has been driven by a core group of member states. Actually, Norway was one of the most active countries in this field, together with others. And I just would like to say that this agenda is central in the current global health crisis. We are experiencing flat or declining ordinary development assistance. We know with the withdrawal from the United States, the closure of UNAID, etc. USAID. So there is a greater emphasis on domestic resource mobilization, and particularly low and middle income countries. We are seeing it a lot in the African region. Countries are going through massive structural reforms because they need to address this gap. So there is a pressure for more effective people-centered investment and using better the limited resources we have. So social participation really helped to make these reforms more legitimate, to help to prioritize these limited financial resources, and to strengthen the political and social sustainability of reforms. Last thing I would say, because otherwise I will go over time, we have a lot of really powerful examples of how this works. We have examples from Brazil, from Thailand. Brazil is always my favorite example because it's not very well known, it's not very well documented in Anglophone literature. They are able to mobilize thousands of people at local, regional, and national level through a really, truly democratic process, and really feeding into this conversation to then shape the priority setting for the health sector planning. So it's not just a discussion, it's a true tentative to listen to people and to shape a health system agenda accordingly at government level. And the health sector is leading, but other sectors are actually following, and the presidential administration has mandated all the other sectors, education, labor, energy, you name it, to actually follow the same model. So I think there is a real opportunity to work in a more cross-sectoral way, and sometimes the health sector is leading this agenda. I stop here.
Yeah, very good. Thank you very much. We just moved to Tone, actually, because that was, yeah, you were told in advance. So Tone from Norwegian Public Health Association, please.
Yes, I would say from the Norwegian Health Association, I would say that social participation is actually the heart or the foundation of the whole organization. For more than 100 years, we were doing national advocacy and local activities and even health services across the country. So, for example, when the government in 1974 decided that, well, mother and child care clinics, they should be a part of the publicly financed healthcare system in Norway, our organization were already running 420 of them. And then you can think, oh, isn't everything different now? But it may look different, but the thinking is exactly the same. We do advocacy, both nationally and locally, and we create activities across the country. Whether it is elderly, reading for children, walking groups in neighborhoods, it may be choirs, where we also invite in people with dementia. We do these activities across all the countries according to the needs locally, and we invite everyone in, whether you live in the neighborhood, you come from the neighboring municipality, or maybe you just arrived from Ukraine. And we see that in a lot of our 420 local branches. So I would say that in the challenges you just mentioned, that we are viewed as a resource, and sometimes if you look in the policy documents, we are seen as a part of the solution.
When it gets stuck, what do you do?
That's what I was actually to say.
Good.
Because that's maybe in that phrase we really sometimes get stuck, because when governments, unfortunately, the situation is that we are too often viewed as someone who are going to implement already decided policies, and that's when it gets stuck. So we need to be invited in the whole policy process, in identifying challenges and opportunities, sorting out navigating different paths of action, and then collaborating in action for the future. So this is really a challenge for governments, I think. And also, in our advocacy, it's important to understand that we can build bridges. You know, as an NGO, we can talk to anyone. One day we talk to the Minister of Health, the next day we go into the Parliament. We talk to the private sector, sometimes we argue with them on public health policies, and also we talk across NGOs. I can see Wenche here from one of the organizations. We just had a meeting last week on healthcare reform. So, and also our organization is really into building bridges between research and policies. We have so much research, but very often it's not accessible to policymakers. It doesn't feed into policy processes. So we collaborate with the researchers, on health equity, health and well-being equity, in order to make politicians understand that this is a complex challenge that need comprehensive solutions. Healthcare is not enough. Interventions on lifestyles is really not enough. This is about living conditions, social determinants, health promotion across sectors. So, for example, we have seminars, closed seminars with politicians in the parliament and open dialogue meetings across all these groups. So I think it's very important. My final word is that I think it's very important that we can go from passive participants to more active stakeholders.
Wonderful, thank you so much. And I will stick to my instructions. So the next speaker is actually Niels.
Okay, thank you. I'm a practitioner. I've been a top executive for my whole years in health service and in city government. And my connection to Trondheim is really exchanges in citizen services. And Morten Bolden, my prior colleague, is here in the room, and he's really the one that brought me to the center of NTNU and to the work of this terrific center. Today my cap is one of civil society, and I think we have to realize, facing the problems of social inequality, that the solutions must be structural. We cannot live on projects alone. So I'll just highlight two examples from Denmark that are structural, and then I think I'll sort of end up with 5 short recommendations of not ending in a backlog, the one you have already outlined. First of all, I would like to mention an initiative called Social Sundhed, Social Health in Denmark. It's a bridge-building NGO that actually takes in young people who are learning in health services, nurses and doctors, and they are being brought in as mentors for those who are the less advantaged in social in what we call health literacy. We believe that it's about 20% of the population that cannot actually navigate or understand the specialized health system, and they'll walk with these people through their treatments, and afterwards they'll come out as people who are actually much more aware of how inequality plays out in the professional system. And they've actually, which is an interesting thing just today, they've actually started up activities in Scotland last summer on a 2-year contract together with NHS Lothian to try to bring these bridge building thinking to other countries. The other example is a very local one, which my own organization, the Red Cross in Aarhus, is engaged in, where we try to use the networks within a local community, the most deprived part of the city that we have. We work with residential social work, we work with a YMCA organization dealing with the poorest families, and our own social activities where we feed around 400 families every week. And we work with the networks to try to reach people that are not otherwise reached. So the combined networks of these civil organizations can actually do things that we could not do before. And then to the second question of where do we get stuck? I think the recommendations would be, of course, that you should build structures. Some of you have actually mentioned it before. You should build structures with the system where you will co-organize how the collaboration should be to avoid colonization by authorities, because then you have a long-term relation and both parties are responsible for the results. You should reduce bureaucracy. First of all, I'm a culprit myself, I know. I've been a bureaucratic leader, and from the other side of the table I can see what it does, especially to small organizations. To big organizations, they'll sort of go around it, but for the small ones it's very, very difficult to be a responsible partner. Thirdly, I think we should train both our volunteers and the professionals in dealing in different relations, and it is possible. I mean, training professionals at a hospital is possible, and training our own volunteers is also possible, which is, for instance, shown in the Social Sundhed example that I gave just a moment ago. And I think you should, that's the fourth one, you should acknowledge that we have structures that actually, we cannot just put more money into the health sector. We must recognize that the specialized and sometimes well-functioning system systematically give disadvantages to those who are poorly off in terms of health literacy. And lastly, of course, we should respect and support local initiatives. It's been a theme today that local initiatives are important because demography, culture, and other conditions are very, very different. And as a civil organization, we cannot give universal welfare solutions, but we can make a difference for well-being in the local society.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Last but not least, Lena from the National Association 1001 Days. I'm in her board, actually. Please.
Full disclosure. Yeah. Can I hold this, Dina? Is that okay? I'm not nervous. I'm just so super excited because there's so much good energy here. I feel like we're on a highway of good energy, moving the right way. So, hi, my name is Lena. Before I answer your question, I just want to tell you all about my path into this. I had an experience 11 years ago. I experienced something called postpartum depression, which is the most common complication in childbirth globally. And I happened to be in Australia, and we got really good care, so it wasn't that big of a deal for us. But when I came home to Norway, I realized that we don't have care here. So I sat down, I dived into the research, and I was able to compare Australia and Norway, and I started this foundation. So one experience started a national foundation almost 10 years ago, and from there, from this little seed, this is about public involvement and what we all can do. We have gone so big and it's gone so fast, and so many women and families are contacting us now that we really need more resources out there if anyone's listening. Anyhow, we also have an alliance because, you know, as you say, this is co-creation. We need to work together. When this is a huge thing we're trying to do, and we can't do it alone, so we have to work together. So we got 30 organizations across from various professions and lived experience, NGOs, you name it. And what we're doing now is working together in trying to change the politics and the current system. And then I'm going to answer your question, and I'm going to tell you 10 years ago when I was new, I don't have a health background, so I was in a meeting with the director of health, and I said to him, why are we creating systems without checking in with the people who's going to use them? And I think that question is still valid today. We must have lived experience or public involvement in absolutely everything we do. Otherwise, it's easy to go the wrong way. It must be at the core, because our welfare is there to help people. And people, in my experience, they don't want to use too much welfare. They don't want to be in a long-term relationship or get married to benefits. They want to be able to live life and handle it on their own. So this is a good way to start. And what surprised me, I think we already touched on it here, you know, is this thing that I never heard about before, was these models called New Public Management. And it's been detrimental to health. I see it every day. And I think we really need to look at that. And the Lancet report, what was it called? It was called The Paradox of Prosperity and Poverty, Confronting Inequality in Norway, with data from NTNU, shows us clearly that we need to look at other models that will benefit humans. And there is what we're doing also, you know, is trying to connect the dots, because I speak to a lot of organizations and I get to hear a lot of stories, lived experience, and there is a red line, and all health starts at the critical 1001 days. When that sperm hits that egg, we're going, and even before, if we're gonna go big. But yeah, so we need to start here. So all public health, do not forget the first critical 1001 days. And I'm going to quote Lancet, which in 2014 actually said there is no health without perinatal mental health, which is the mental health of the parents, because what the next generation needs is dependent on is to become a democratic, sensible, trusting, healthy next generation is the love and nurturing they receive from their parents in this period. So this is critical, and we must prioritize this. And bumps, yes, we meet a lot of bumps, roadblocks we call them, but that's fun, isn't it? Because this is a complex situation, and that allows us to go in and ask the question, why? Why are you thinking like that? Why are you doing it like this? And the problem we're trying to solve deserves that time and that we really go into the complexity. And I'm almost finished. And what else? Is there anything I missed?
No.
No. Thank you.
You know, give them an applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. You know, I would die to ask you one more question, which is how do you think this WHO CC can support you in your work? But then you will die from hunger, so I won't do that. So you will have to actually have a conversation around that question during lunch. But Sophie, you have 1 minute, just to well, you were actually supposed to say something that you were unaware of that has waken you up? You are awake?
So, things that I've taken from what has been said in no particular order. I love train in different ways, introduce people from different organisations to different ways of thinking and being, and make those connections. Reduce bureaucracy, hell yes, I'm all about that. Co-create, co-produce, and co-evaluate. So, involving citizens is not just at one point in the process, is right throughout. All of that has to be founded on lived experience, critically important. New public management approaches, I totally take that. I've been interested recently in some work on the question of what if your government loved you, and what different approaches might that bring about. I think this could be the topic of a whole other seminar. The importance of the connective tissue, which is the stuff that's never funded or never recognised, but it's the stuff that makes magic happen, the meetings that you have, the connections that are happening, and so on. And that connective tissue is also sharing the learning. So, in Brazil, we heard about something that started in health, and then we build that connective tissue to share, and now it's been seen as a model of best practice for everything else. And then localism, the importance of localism, appreciating and learning from the local, learning, adapt and scaling.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, everyone, we're going to have lunch, and it's going to be until 12:15. You will hear the cowbell. And we would also very much like you to spend a minute with our QR code, just to give us some feedback. So you know how to use it. You use your camera, and then you go in there, and then you give your response, because we're trying to interact here, okay? So thank you very much. Be back 12:15. Thanks.
Dear guests, we're starting again after lunch. Hope you have a chance to enjoy the sun, get some food, talk to friends, and also somebody who didn't know before, and get inspired by the ideas and what we can learn together and share. So for this session, this is all about learning from each other. So what we're going to do now is for me to just introduce some of the work that we have been doing together with the WHO on the deep dives on the well-being economy. So you will have first 10 minutes from me, and then I will hand over to Chris and the distinguished guests with panels from the countries that we are diving into. So what I'm going to give you is an introductory framing of this session, and not a country tour, because that's what the countries are here to represent for themselves. Wales, Iceland, Scotland, and Finland, because they are the ones who have lived these journeys. So what I want to do is to make the case for why we document the policy narratives this way at all, why we do write these kind of reports. And then I would like to share just a couple of snapshots of what's starting to come into focus across the cases. And then I will hand over to the panel. So first, a little bit about what this series is. The WHO Europe started this work alongside the 4 foundational countries, Finland, Iceland, Scotland, and Wales, countries that committed early to the Wellbeing Economy agenda. And the findings fed into the WHO Regional High-Level Forum on Health in a Wellbeing Economy in 2023, and the work has continued from there. And the series has 5 stated aims. It is to document new policies and approaches, to provide a rapid stocktake of evidence for policy, to support national level and cross-sector dialogue, and to support international peer learning, and build evidence for advocacy. And the audience for these reports that we are writing is leaders in health, policy, and economic sectors, and across the whole of society, both newcomers in the wellbeing economy and those who are advancing it. And the deep dives are co-developed with country teams, some of them already here in this room, and edited by the WHO. And the first 4 by Gabriele Pastorino, who has been on stage with us today, and co-authored by us and partners. For example, Antia, who is here, and also Anna from Public Health Scotland. Wales, I mean, yeah, sorry. So, what we try to do, and why this format, it's about writing a story from countries. And why country narratives? While policymakers can read articles, they can look at dashboards, and they can attend conferences. So why do we do this? It's because policy narratives, they do something academic articles and league tables cannot. And there are 3 things in particular. First, they capture journeys, not snapshots. Wellbeing economy reforms unfolds over years and political cycles. They survive or they don't, through changes of government, through crisis, through quiet erosion, and a snapshot can't see that. A narrative holds the arc, what came before, what was tried, what shifted, and what got pushed back. And second, this series is primarily written for use, not for citation. The audience is policymakers and practitioners actively in this work. So form follows function. And these are not academic studies trying to settle a literature, although we do try to synthesize and contribute to the academic literature too. What we're trying to do with this is trying to make them useful. And for the next country, considering a similar move, or for peers already in motion, looking sideways for things that might transfer. And third, and this is also really important, they're about honesty, about what's not working. So each narrative names both enablers and barriers. We capture what journey stakeholders, country stakeholders actually say, including where there are implementation gaps and where they are the widest. And that honesty is what makes them credible to peers also. And it's what makes them useful to a country earlier on the journey, because people on the ground, they can tell instantly when a policy story is too clean, right? And we also use the same methods across all. 6 lenses applied, you can see them over here. And on the methods on the left, so 3 sources and we triangulate. Government documents and grey literature, often official narrative, and we also do academic literature reviews for the wider evidence base, and we do semi-structured interviews with stakeholders in government and public health institutions. So it's authored by us and edited by the WHO, and each edition has its own emphasis, selected to be inspiring and relevant, and not like an overall encyclopedic work. So 6 lenses on the right, and applied uniformly to every country. Drivers, what propels the shift and accelerates that. Concepts, how well-being is being defined. Governance, the structure supporting reform across electoral cycles. Monitoring, how progress is measured, and the role of public health in the wider reform. And honestly, as mentioned, named enablers and barriers. It is this shared structure that allows peer learning and also to see patterns across countries. And readers will see what is relevant for them and make their own comparisons and contextual adaptation. So just a brief mention of some cross-cutting themes. The first is anchoring the intent of well-being for future and current generations in a durable form. So every country in the series have found some way to hold the intergenerational well-being ambition steady across electoral cycles. However, the mechanisms differ between countries. In Wales, for example, as we heard, the Future Generations Act and the Future Generations Commissioner, and elsewhere, durability runs through coordinating architecture at the center of government, although fiscal frameworks, and through fiscal frameworks that links well-being priorities to budget decisions. So entirely different forms, but the shared intent and durability is what links them. And the second pattern we can see clearly is that, and this is also where the field is still learning, it's about translating measurement into resource allocation, as also was mentioned by Sophie. Because indicators are necessary, but they are not sufficient. And the harder, more consequential question across the 4 first deep dives is where the well-being measures actually enter the budget cycles, where the measurement and people-powered qualitative input actually changes resource allocation. And across the cases, the patterns are familiar. Statutory frameworks that are not binding, performance frameworks that do not consistently translate into budget decisions or local delivery. And alongside this, a growing body of economic argument for prevention, the analysis of failure demand and the cost of public services required because the system has failed upstream rather than acting on it. And the third pattern, and we also heard that on stage today, is about embedding voice and accountability. So each country has built mechanism for participation as ongoing governance, not one-off consultant. And the Wales We Want conversation, as Sophie mentioned, and we will come back to more from the country examples. The diversity between the entry points and the processes are the point here, not like the template that one size does not fit all. What is shared among the countries is the willingness to name where those processes work and where they fall short. So the panel today will speak about how each pattern lands in their own context, and that's there to share today and not mine. So this is where we're at. We have already published a summary, a deep dive on Iceland, a deep dive on Wales, and today, later today, hopefully Scotland will follow, and you can look at the QR links on the briefs on the tables outside. So next coming up is Finland and Norway. So I think with this, I think it's important also to say we are looking for these transferable patterns, and we will discuss this on stage. This is not the best ranking between countries. And with that, I think I will just hand it over to the panel and for Chris to enter the stage and to introduce the panel. So thank you. It has been a pleasure to working with you. We're going to introduce the stage now.
Can we move this one also so I'm a little bit closer, as like we did before? Super. So, thank you, Dina. I think this is a series that we're super proud of. It's a first for WHO, and I think I can say that those of us who are working with countries who are looking in about being well-being economies, we always use these, so we're using them as tools already. Dina, lovely setup, thank you so much. And we're really lucky to have with us today 4 people, one from each of our countries, who are playing and have played and continue to play an instrumental role in how the well-being economy has been shaped and is being implemented in each of those countries. each of you have lived the journey, so I would like to invite the 4 panelists to join us. So Merita Messiai, you tell me how you pronounce it. She's given me 3 goes this morning to get it right, but she said nobody else gets it right. Please introduce yourself before I machine your name.
Messiai.
Okay. From Finland, super. Mariana, would you like to come? Diakova from Wales, Head of International Health and Wellbeing, Economy and Public Health Leads, also for the Collaborating Centre. Can I invite Dora? Dora is Director of Public Health in Iceland, and many of you will know Dora as the force behind the International Wellbeing Forum that took place last month. So Dora, lovely to have you with us. And last but not least, Gary, could you come up and join us? Gary Gillespie, he's Director and Chief Economist Advisor to Scottish Government. The task that they've got is to tell us about their journey in about 3 minutes, and then we'll have a bit of a fast back and forwards. We do all know each other. We have all worked together before, so they know me and I know them, so there we go. Actually, Mariana, I'm going to come to Wales first. We've heard quite a lot from Sophie, and I know it's one of the things that countries hear about. The Welsh Deep Dive shows the most legally anchored model in that series with the Future Generations Act and the Future Generations Commission, but with no statutory powers related to overturn budgets, which is what we heard. We heard also in the deep dive the very honesty about some of the tensions around implementation. So, Mariana, can you tell us where has this strong legal anchor actually changed how public bodies behave, and where has it not been enough to date? Mariana, please.
Brohanda in Welsh. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, delighted to be here. Thank you so much. And a big congratulations from a fellow collaborating centre working in the same field as our collaborating centre on investment for health and well-being. Really tough to follow on from Sophie. We'll try to dig a little bit more into the sort of a more insights of, as Chris, you're asking, some of the shifts we've been observing now. It's 16 years, so the Wellbeing and Future Generations Act was launched in 2010, just after the Sustainable Development Agenda. So yeah, so we've had 16 years of implementation. And during that time, I can say we've observed 3 major shifts. One is definitely a mindset shift, and a mindset recognizing that health and equity are central assets and capitals for economic development. And this brought with itself the opportunity then to develop a skill set and a tool set. So developing the skills and tools around, for example, showing the co-benefits of health to other sectors and investing in health to other sectors, showing the wider social, economic, environmental value, and showing the returns on investment. So together with the mindset shift across public bodies and Welsh Government is a governance shift, and of course it aided very much the whole of government work and approach across different sectors. And the Wellbeing and Future Generations Act is not an outlier, and it's not a single actually act of our government. It was followed by a few other legislation sort of policies. For example, we have a socio-economic duty, which is again making mandatory for public bodies to look into the socio-economic outcomes of their actions, not only the well-being outcomes. We have a social value legislation, which is the Social Partnerships and Public Procurement Act, and we have also now just really coming into place a health equity impact assessment as mandatory for public bodies as well, and equity is part of this health impact assessment as well. And finally, the third sort of shift I'm going to say is, and Sophie touched on this as well, in terms of our 5 ways of working. So the ways of working. So it's not only the goal and the North Star, but how we work to achieve that. And Sophie mentioned, for example, building capacity around foresight and futures approaches is one of that, long-term thinking. But another one which is very important for us in terms of public health is focus on prevention. We're building a lot around this, investing in shifting budgets upstream towards prevention. And a third I will mention is the collaborative approach. So collaboration across Wales with Future Generations Commissioners, with other sectors, with health education, with universities, with local authorities, with environment, with arts, and so on, but also internationally, for example, with WHO. So he gave us a lever to designate the collaborating center, to work closely with WHO and the Venice office, and also, so this led then to a signing of a memorandum of understanding between Welsh Government and the WHO Regional Office for Europe, which then is another level we've been using, and more recently we have now approved a special initiative on health and the well-being economy. So it's a really sort of a circle of levers we have been using through this legislation, linking with the global sustainable development and well-being agenda, translating it then to sort of the national act, but also then translating into a more local level. In terms of more local level, just to mention, for example, again, in terms of ways of working, which is not only collaboration, but integration and involvement, which is very much around social participation. It's building a Southwest Wales regional health economy, which is a more local sort of a mechanism for health to become a local anchor and work with local businesses and charities and improve community well-being and health. And I'll stop it here.
Okay, thanks, Marianne. I know we're putting you under a lot of pressure, but that is super helpful because we can see the evolution of it over time and how it's managed to, let's say, take roots, if you like, within both the public sector locally and nationally. And I think I would add to that, I think it's had a huge impact. It's quite often the most quoted law we hear about when we're talking about the well-being economy. So I think that has been said. Hold on to some of that, Marianne, because I'm going to come back to you in a minute. I'm actually now going to head over to my lovely friend Dora. Iceland, the deep dive, surfaces something that many countries have not been able to do and are still trying to do. And that's the kind of the way that wellbeing indicators adopted by Parliament, the wellbeing priorities have been written into fiscal strategies and budgets. We know that you have Council for Sustainable Iceland, and we know that there's still some challenges along the way, but how did you manage to get wellbeing into the fiscal strategy itself? What did it actually take, and what protects it now?
It is a good and big question, and I want to start by congratulating you on the WHO Collaborating Center. We've been collaborating with you, and it's so important, and just great to be here with you. Thanks for inviting me. I think I would like to start to go a little bit back, listening to Sophie when she mentioned the quote from Milton Friedman about the opportunities in crisis. And I think it started a little bit when we went through our economic crisis and realized that, okay, the economic system isn't perfect, and the whole banking system in Iceland collapsed, and we also saw some opportunities there in the public. What if we start to study what happens now? And when the GDP went down and all the economic measures went down, the well-being of the youth went up. So we had an experimental island there, showing us that, okay, this is probably not everything. And yeah, as our both former Prime Minister and Minister of Finance said that, yeah, GDP probably doesn't measure everything.
That we really need to.
Yeah. So I think that in crisis there are opportunities, and we had started measuring well-being. I think it's also important to remind us that the things that we do are important, every one of us, and just also remind us that the economic system is made by people. So we can change it. And if the economic system is not serving us, we saw it's not serving us, but it's still so strong. We did manage to get some focus on well-being, and our government was interested in founding one of the well-being economy governments in 2018-19. But we are also facing those challenges in changes of government. During this well-being economy forums, we had 3 different prime ministers. So we just asked then the president to be with us because that's a little bit more stable. But it is very important that this is rooted in the system. So we working with health and all policies, well-being, budgeting. We are on the line, and we are somewhere trying to find the right way. We are building on things that we have done before, like gender budgeting, and the well-being budgeting is that is something that we're developing on the way. But it's so crucial that this is something that has to be done, and that is something that we can just decide to say. So it went through the government and the parliament that all decisions have to be evaluated, how they are going to affect gender equality, and now we're working on public health and well-being. So I think that is just crucial, because if it's not, then it's not going to last.
Sure.
So I just root it into the system, so it, and that is what we are still working on, and I hope we will succeed. So we will ensure that we will always keep in mind that how our decisions are affecting the well-being of the population, people and the planet.
Perfect. Thanks, Dora. I mean, and I think there's a point that in all of the deep dives, there was let's say a flashpoint, a switch. It wasn't always the crisis at that level, but there was a flashpoint, but there was something else. You were ready. Mm-hmm. You were ready to jump on that. So I think that's something else that's come on. We'll pick it up in a minute. I'm going to jump now to Gary from Scottish Government. Longest public framework in the series, the Christie Commission as a structured anchor, Wellbeing Economy Toolkit, the Just Transition Commission. And we know that in Scotland, a big focus has been on local economy building. And community wealth building. We know it's rooted in the long-term strategy of Scotland Performs, but what that means is there's a different role for the national level vis-a-vis the local level. So Gary, can you tell us something about how this has shaped the role played by central authorities and the type of levers that are enabling this to be implemented?
Okay, yes, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and congratulations also to the Centre. So my particular interest is in understanding how the economy impacts in everybody's lives. And as Dora says, we're all part of it, and we all interact every day with it. So that's very much bringing an economic lens into thinking about how the economy impacts in social, economic, environmental, and kind of nature. So in response to your question, I think if I go back a little bit, like Dora, maybe we've had a national performance framework in Scotland since 2007. And that's linked to the progression to wellbeing economy. And if you think about a framework, all it is really an operating environment for government. So it's something that says that this is about outcomes, it's about cross-disciplinary working, and it's about achieving outcomes that not one department can do. So I think in 2007 we got rid of departments, we moved to outcomes, and this kind of framework for delivering outcomes. It was then set in legislation in 2015, which put duties a bit like the Future Generations Act to kind of on public duties to think about how they deliver that. It's now, as part of that, has to be updated every 5 years, so there's a consultation. We've just had a new government elected on Thursday. It's not fully formed yet. They'll decide on the priorities for the National Performance Framework and how that goes forward. But I think your question was about local economy and how you balance local and national. We've always had a really strong interest in place in local, and Scotland is quite distinct regions within Scotland, and we've always had that sense of place being really important, from early work on inclusive growth to different pilots that we took forward. But I want to say something about community wealth building. Odd touched on it in his remarks this morning. So the bill was passed in February, and it's really about addressing wealth inequality across different areas of countries. And it's about empowering communities to be able to retain income, to own community assets, a duty on the public sector to make sure their assets are serving their community. It enables levers like procurement to favour local spend, sustainable supply chains. So loads of overlaps with actually future generations. But what I would say just about the local, and I'll come to your question very quickly, is that it kind of builds on, that legislation builds on practice that's been happening in Scotland for a long time. So we've had procurement it was all about community benefit. We had a 10-year programme about fair work, recognising what happens in the workplace impacts people's lives and well-being. So good jobs, dignity, how you're treated, financial security. We've also had the NHS as an anchor institute, like this notion of foundation economy in every community, looking at how their procurement, how they recruit, how they staff can impact on people. So the community wealth building legislation has kind of brought that together within a legislative framework. And I think that gets to your question now about how the national and local work. For it to work, the national can only set the direction. Community wealth building is enabling, and then you've got to give the flexibility to the local to deliver it. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Kind of the top sets the direction, and it's got to be bottom up. Because community wealth building has been active for around 10 years. Do people know it actually came from America? It came from Cleveland, Ohio, came into the UK, but it's been active for 10 years. So it's actually all this is doing is putting a legislative framework around it that enables communities then to kind of take it forward and give that kind of thrust towards the delivery of it.
Thanks, Gary. I think that's super helpful. And just to maybe say that I think that the work of Scotland, I know, has already influenced other cities and municipalities, for example, not naming the large sort of like county in the UK. They received a 5 million budget cut, and they were looking at cutting the typical social services, healthcare, local facilities like sports places, places where people meet. And in fact, they took a lesson from Scotland already that's captured in the report, which is about saying if we get all of our major public sector organisations, health, education, libraries, all of to use 10% of all of their spend has got to come from within a 20-kilometre radius of this area. It generated 145 million annually. So the 5 million cut was nothing, and that was able to be reinvested in jobs, in places. And another thing it did, it gave this sense that here's people who are governing in our interest because I'm seeing the difference and they're with me. So I think you've all kind of said that. I'm actually now going to come to Finland, which I think those of us working in this field will know that the presidency of the EU, the way that Finland has played a key role in WHO in terms of being the main initiator and supporter for the resolution on the economics of health for all, which is about how do you get the economy to work for everybody's health. And we know that the financial crisis, child-orientated budgeting, gender budgeting, public health sector as a convener of cross-country, cross-government dialogue has been at the heart of what you're doing. You've been early to frame it, and that's had a big reach in Europe. Where has it actually taken root in Finnish governance and practice? And where has it stayed still at the level of maybe discourse? Merita.
Thank you. Yes, so as you mentioned, well, in Finland there's been significant progress in building foundations of the well-being economy, especially I would say measurement, policy framing, and also recently cross-sectoral collaboration. Now, to mention a few, for example, we have, and maybe Finland is also known for this, that we have very strong indicator work, we have very good data that we can work on, especially the register data. We have national surveys that can be linked with the register data and so on. And when it comes to this indicator work, we have been advancing this especially in when it comes to health. So that is already linked directly to decision making. But in all other areas of well-being, maybe this is still still something that is still waiting. At DHL, at the Finnish Institute for Health and Welfare, we actually developed this dashboard on well-being economy. But as also was mentioned before, well, for example, Sophie, who also talked about it's not enough just to measure things, but you actually also integrate it in policy making. Then also impact assessment practices are quite established, but also expected part of policy making, including economic, environmental, social impacts. But so far they are usually done for each, like inside each ministry or each sector. So that also this kind of like joint or common framework is still lacking or in progress, so to say. We have been recently also at our institute started piloting well-being budgeting. So this is something that we're doing this year. And this is, of course, also an important step towards like linking these elements more directly to economic decision making. Then there's ongoing work on governance. So we have a well-being economy governance model that has also been developed. And then cross-sectoral working group just started this year with representatives from all ministries, research institutes and think tanks. So this will hopefully also push forward this well-being economy thinking.
Thanks, Mojca. And I think you're raising a point that's in all the deep dives. Yeah, the method is different or the approach is different, but having coalitions within a country so that if a government changes, if there's a crisis, if there's a kind of like whatever kind of a tilt, then there is another aspect within the country who can hold that and move that along. And just out of interest, if you don't know, if you talk to anybody who's worked in Canada and you ask why have you managed to keep health in all policies on the agenda, they say it's because of that. Yes, we can have the policies, but you need other people who can take the reins, who can be the anchor when some aspects of the organisation are. So I think that's super useful. I've got some general questions for all of you. And one of the things that the countries are doing that has happened in this process is coming together to say, we all have a problem around the number of people who are not in work because of poor health that's avoidable. And this issue about how then there's the impact then in terms of workers and the labour market. So we have recently come together in policy exchanges to say a traditional approach to this almost penalises the person who's ill and rewards the company for being in that way and doesn't look at then what is the working environment, what are the routes back into health. So we had a workshop recently hosted by Wales, thanks to Mariana and her team there, where we looked at, well, through a wellbeing economy approach, what kind of policies and levers would you use to tackle that problem? And so I think what I would like to say to you is to ask you all, maybe throw it open, what is probably the one thing that springs to your mind that when you've been having these exchanges bilaterally and together, that you've learned from each other? And from participating in this series of deep dives that's now helping you to think about the next steps and how you overcome barriers. So maybe I'm going to come to Mariana first.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, very relevant about mutual learning. I think we pride ourselves, obviously, with the legislation framework and indicators and all of that, but there is a lot more work to be done. And I really agree, Gary. So we have the top-down approach, but it's really important to get this sort of continuous sort of co-production, co-creation with communities. And one thing which we have been struggling over the last 10, 11 years on the work with the Collaborating Centre and sort of other partners have been how the budgets and how the finance and the resources follow the commitment. Because we have the policies, we have the frameworks, but actually the budget shift, particularly upstream and to prevention, has been really difficult. And I think this exchange has shown us exactly examples of alternative models and new mechanisms of on one hand, how we can look into existing funding, you know, in terms of, and then maybe reshape it into whether it's well-being budgeting or some other mechanism of how we can maybe free or dedicate specific part of our, you know, funding and resources to more sort of upstream preventative sort of approaches. So, for example, in Wales, the National Health Service, NHS, it gets around 50% of the government budget. Yeah, that's a lot. So we can't ask for more in comparison to other countries where they say, oh, we would like to have a higher budget for health overall. We can't ask for higher budget because then this comes, because of course health is determined by other sectors as well. But what we could do, and we would like to do, and we're trying to do, working with our health boards and directors of finance, is how we try and free and redirect this spending more upstream to prevent then the problems which we're currently grappling with. And then, but then the second approach is how do we generate this new funding sources through, you know, private or philanthropic sector. So I think this is a new sort of area for us where we're learning from, I know you have a social bond now in Iceland, which has just been launched. So, and of course with the help of WHO, and I know a new publication and this dialogue we had, and also there's quite a lot of drive across the UK as a whole around impact investing and this sort of collaboration between public, philanthropic, private sector to generate this resource, which sometimes we do feel, it's not that it's not possible, but it's of course quite a quite tight resource package, and we can't take it off from acute care. But then if we can bring some buffer into the system and additional budget to allow this sort of focus on well-being and sort of wider determinants, I think this will help us to then shift more into the space we would like to be.
And I think one of the things I've noticed working with the colleagues in the countries is that, say for example, you have a Minister of Finance and Economy in Iceland who's doing it, just having them talk to economists and finance in the other countries is much easier at getting the change and getting the buy-in than if we try to sell it. So it also allows the fast tracking of that. So thanks, Marianne. I'm going to then come to Merita. From your point of view then, what is Finland now maybe looking to the other nations and the deep dive to kind of guide its next steps?
I think there are at least two issues. There are probably many more. But I want to say first is what I find very inspiring is the co-creation, that we should really include the people who are, or everyone in the process. The other is the long-term perspective. That, of course, we need, or this is kind of like I think one of the basic ideas of the well-being economy approach, that we don't only look at the short-term impacts, but also long-term policy goals and where we want to, or well-being goals, where we want to head at. And I'm also happy to say that in Finland this has kind of taken, or we are already doing something. So there's Finland is also exploring an act of future generations or intergenerational responsibility. So this would definitely help also in.
Super. Yeah. Thanks, that's super. That's also really exciting news to hear, come from both of you really, actually.
Yeah.
Dora, what do you take from the colleagues that's helping to inspire you in the next part of the journey?
I just think that if we're gonna see real changes, sustainable changes, we need system change. So, and we can't just be, economic growth can't be the end goal, and it can't be just doing all this cost-benefit analysis. Yes, it's very important to protect health and well-being. It's good for the economy. It should be the other way around. And it's not a new thinking. I think actually we, we have to remind us that, even Adam Smith from Glasgow 1719 said the only indicator for good governance is the happiness of the citizen. So money was always a mean to the end goal, which is well-being. And I think it's what we've learned also in Iceland is that we need to talk not just from public health perspectives, but from with language that others understand. And have you met a politician who said, I know I'm not interested in the well-being of people? No, but they only talk about economic indicators and economic things. So we need to shift the dialogue, we need to shift the focus, and we need to break the silos. We know that, and not just let the Minister of Economy talk to each other. We have to really remake the system. And that's why we created the Wellbeing Economy Forum, and I think the collaborating center is what we are working. We're not trying. There is no try, you just have to do it. Yeah, and it's bringing academics, politicians, policymakers, and business leaders together. And how are we going to do it? We're just going to do it, and how are we going to do it?
Yeah, actually, that's super interesting, because I hear that from all of the countries. But you've said something interesting there. Finland's done this exceptionally well, and that is about convening external stakeholders with credibility and exposing internal stakeholders and involving them in that dialogue. And I think you've done that with the forum, you've done it with your kind of European and global expert groups, and it's created, I think, from where I'm standing and from the deep dive, it's created that door of opening to do exactly what you're saying.
And I just want very short, in this European project that has been mentioned this morning, Joint Action, Prevent NCT, we, Iceland and Finland, are leading the well-being economy and well-being budgeting, really trying to write out how to do its guidelines, and we welcome everyone on board. I mean, so we can share experience from the WICO countries, and how can we do, it's not one size fits all, how can you do it and how can you implement it in your country?
Yeah, great.
Report coming out this year.
Thanks. Thanks, Meriton.
Sorry for that,
No, it's cool, it's cool. Gary, for Scotland, what are you looking to the other countries, and then thinking how we can adapt this and use this to accelerate in Scotland?
So just to say, the collaboration's great. I think first and foremost, and actually you steal a little bit from everybody. That's the way to think about it, and it's like every contact leaves a trace, so we benefit from every interaction. And I think there's been so much, and I think back to the early work from New Zealand and budget, Iceland on gender equality has always been a leader. Finland, I really like the governance models. I really like the way you're describing how you use your convening and governance, economy of well-being, and Wales obviously future generations. So it's such a strong kind of field. So the other thing that's really not surprising, because we've heard about a project in Norway today that's been piloted in Scotland, is actually we're all dealing with the same issues, very, very much common. And we talk about an issue in one country, it's actually once you get through that, it's actually the same issues. Often it's about delivery, it's about resource constraints, it's about changing mindsets and how you address the problem. So I think there's we reinforce each other a little bit and provide a bit of support, and that's what the Wellbeing Economy Government Network's really about. It's a trusted space, civil servants can share, work together, and kind of build on ideas. And just, I mean, one of the most recent policy labs we had was on foresight, and there was a great presentation from Finland, set out how different scenarios for the kind of what we're facing just now, how that could evolve and how it impacts on your well-being. And to me, it was really, I took that away and I've shared that within government, and we're thinking about similar framing. Because I think one of the things we need to put is the economy really central to this. So we're talking about system change, but economic resilience. If you think about what impacts people's lives, financial security, good work, jobs, health, all of those drivers. And so I think, obviously from Scotland, we come from the economy perspective primarily, but it kind of works, doesn't it?
Thanks, Gary. Yeah, and I think you kind of, you highlighted something there in terms of the frequency of the interactions, formal, informal, opportunities like getting together here, the WeGov, the things that we do at UNGA together, the meetings, all of these things keep it live keep it active, keep you motivated. So I would just like to say it's a huge pleasure working with all of you, and also to see how each country is charting that course, and how this kind of experience can actually help you to pinpoint better ways and faster ways that you can get those. So can I give a round of applause for our speakers?
Thank you. Wasn't that wonderful? That was wonderful. Oh, bringing back hope. Okay, now we're going to have a comfort break. 15 minutes. Listen for the cowbells. 15 minutes. Okay.
So I'm Lisa Hough-Stewart. I have been part of the Global Wellbeing and Economy Alliance, the We All team, since it was established in 2018. And I've also been involved since that time in the We All Scotland hub. And at the moment, I'm the interim director of We All Scotland. I think what's really crucial about trying to shift systems and doing this long-term governance work is that it's not all about governments. Policy change is really important, but it's just one strand that we all and our partners focus on. Narrative change and movement building are the other two, and those three are really interconnected. But that said, legislation and policy really matters, and Scotland's new legislation on community wealth building, which has largely come about as a result of campaigning and years of evidence that it works at local level, that offers a really meaningful opportunity to bring all three of these together. And I think that's what is really required, opportunities like that to bring policy, narrative and movement building and deep involvement of all sectors of society together. That's when we're really going to start to shift the dial on economic systems change. And within movement building, I would say I've learned the importance over these last 8 years of an appreciation of differences and of building strategic alliances across a broad spectrum of expertise and influence. So basically, it's all of us shifting the piece of the system that we can touch and appreciating what each other brings across that spectrum. And the core purpose of We All as an organisation is to connect that movement of people and organisations who are doing very different things, maybe have different ideologies, different theories of change, but who share a vision of an economic system that's designed to deliver well-being. So holding space for breadth and diversity whilst encouraging collaboration is the work of building a well-being economy. And this is an obvious one, but progress is not linear. There was a point where it felt like we maybe had unstoppable momentum in Scotland towards a wellbeing economy, but then it's gone backwards and forwards again, and the pace has changed. But actually the work of taking a longer term view is a crucial aspect of building a wellbeing economy. That work is regularly challenged by world events, electoral cycles, and also by the nature of the current economic system that we're all part of. So I don't think we can ever expect that change is just going to be a straight line like this. Wealth building legislation is an incredible opportunity to bring wellbeing economy ideas to life more than ever before. But bold implementation is what's really going to matter in this new term of Parliament. So I think if we as a country can embrace not just the letter but the spirit of that legislation, it's really got the potential to catalyse a new relationship between communities and the economy, and to really write a new story of what economic success looks like more than anything else that's happened in Scotland so far. And beyond Scotland, I'm really encouraged by the diverse partnerships that We All hubs bring together in lots of different places. So my work with We All Global has been focused on Europe, and I can see momentum at country level in lots of different European countries that I hope can then influence the EU and beyond. So I actually think the more local you get, the more possible it is to be experimental and bold. And then the key thing is being connected with other efforts like that. And cities and communities are another really vital layer. You find that actually some of the most innovative work is happening at city level, but it's important that that doesn't just stay at city level, that national contexts and international contexts also try and learn from wherever innovation is happening, like the way that donut economics is really taking root across European cities. That this new deep dive report captures the nuance of Scotland's journey. It's really good that it lays out the challenges of the implementation gap in Scotland, the drawbacks of soft governance, and we've got really specific constraints and opportunities that come with devolution, and I think it's really important to help international audiences understand that. But I also welcome the fact that it celebrates Scotland's efforts and ambition and successes, and I hope that that encourages others to set out on or continue on a path towards building wellbeing economies. And there was a phrase in a version of the report about Scotland being an example of what happens when ambition outruns governance mechanisms. And as the interim director of We All Scotland, I really recognise this, that idea of Scotland's ambition outrunning what's practically possible in policy terms really resonates. Because I'm quite clear that civil society, communities and many policymakers in Scotland are ready for Scotland to go faster, be bolder. So I think people power is an important part of the story in Scotland, that communities, organisations, individuals are not waiting for the government to deliver a wellbeing economy. They're doing what they can already to build it, but they're doing that often in spite of policy environment, in spite of legislation. Our context is crucial, and every country is different, every We All hub is different, but relationships across countries and culture and process that facilitate shared learning is absolutely central to our work, and we can see that that really helps hubs to get going more quickly and make an impact more quickly because they can build on what's already worked and hasn't elsewhere. Don't be afraid to back up ambitious ideas with the governance and accountability mechanisms that are needed to actually make them happen. Scotland has done really well on the vision, and I'm proud of Scotland's ambition on that. But I think this deep dive report shows that the soft governance has held us back in some ways, and there's more that we can and must do. So these times are urgent. If we're really going to achieve economic system change, boldness is needed and harder mechanisms are needed to make sure that the how is there as well as the what.
I need some help with the tables, please. Thanks. Yeah, that was inspiring as well as everything else this morning and afternoon. Now, we've spent the morning talking about long-term governance, about institutions, indicators, fiscal frameworks. We've come to where intergenerational fairness becomes personal. So I want to bring two people who live the consequences of the long term and who do this work every day in different ways. Ali and Thea, please enter the stage. I think I'll hang with you, actually, not just stay over there. Thank you very much for coming. Ali is a young expert by experience who has been navigating and working to change systems that were not built with young peers like Ali in mind. Thea leads Spire, the youth organization that has been pushing Norway on sustainability, climate justice, and intergenerational fairness for years. I'm not asking either of you to speak for young people. I'm asking you to speak from your experience and what is important to you. I want to put one question to both of you in two parts, but just stick to the first part first. Why are young people's voices and actions so important in this work? And if we can start with you, Ali, and you can talk a little bit about your background. What have you actually been doing?
Yes, so as you guys know, my name is Ali, and I'm 22 years old. And my work is, or I used to work with the organization called Uteseksjon, and it's an organization that helps the youth that have like drugs problem, crime problems. So in the beginning, I was one of the youth that was getting helped with them, and then later after the help, and then after the grown up like heard what I have to say inside me, like my problems, my struggles, we got together and made like a path to how to create a better life towards with me and the other youth. And yeah, so one of the projects that helped me a lot was the driving license. So what the Uteseksjon done was they paid for the driving license for the youth, and how we came to the conclusion was all the youth, like they came together, and then the people that worked in Uteseksjon, they said, okay, we got some money from the government. I forgot the amount, but yeah, we got some money from the government. What do you guys want to use the money with?
They actually asked you.
Yeah, they asked us. So they didn't just go out and say, okay, we're going to use this money for that, and this. But they came to us and asked us. And at the beginning, it was some jokes, let's travel to Malaga and stuff like that. But we got serious, and then we said, actually what we need is, a driving license to feel like the rest, like the youth that have the family has good income, they can pay for the driving license. The dad and mom have a driving license already, so they can help them learn to drive, and to get better job opportunities too. And yeah, so yeah, that was what. Yeah. So
it was actually quite efficient use of money.
It was really quite efficient use of the money. And what we also saw, because we had collaboration with the police, and the crime rate went, I think it was above like 40% in that area, like with a lot of the crimes happens. It went down like by minimum, I think it was 40%. So what we saw is like it's a good investment to invest in the kids and the youth, what we actually want.
So they learned that it's useful to bring the young people to the table. Yeah. Do you think they would have come up with the idea themselves? Let's pay for a driver's license for those youth.
Maybe we have some great, like my boss Camilla. She's a great, I think she could come up with that herself. But the most important thing is what they did, and that was like they came to us and asked us. So also the youth, because maybe if they came up with the idea themselves too, we would not feel like ownership of the idea, like, okay, let's actually do the driving license, let's actually try to better ourselves and stuff like that. So since we came with the idea ourselves, I think that made it better, and it created like a goal for us too, to achieve better in life.
Yeah, because what happens when you're actually listened to, and maybe you're not used to being listened to usually?
Nah, it was like, because in the beginning, it was like weird feelings, it was my first time with like organization like that trying to, help me. And I thought, who's these grown-ups, like, they're trying to like make me, give me advice about my life and stuff like that. But the more I was like talking with them, the more I got to know them. And I saw, they know what I go through. They have like life experience. People that work there too have gone the same path as me. So I felt like relatable to them. So that also, it made it like better.
Yeah, it did. I can see it. Thanks. Wonderful. Thank you so far. Thea, you lead Spire, which is a quite radical organization. You're thinking new thoughts. And now you've been here today, and you've been listening to all the researchers, the authorities speaking, all these important people, saying much of the same as you do, don't they?
Yeah.
How is that?
For myself and also a lot of people in Spire, I know we've been working on these topics for so long, and we've been talking about like the need for economic change, structural change, and looking at new perspectives and new angles to handle all of these overlapping issues on climate and nature and inequality, and to actually, for myself and also for the others in Spire, I know how important it is to actually listen to people being, they agree with us, researchers, institutions also, like, Helsedirektoratet as well is going to launch this.
The Directorate of Health, national.
Livskvalitets well-being strategy soon. And just to hear researchers and institutions also, like, although we are, of course, like, we want bigger changes and we want them to happening now because we are impatient. I think to listen to all the steps that has been taken already and that you can see happening now as well with challenging this GDP, challenging growth, it's really important.
Yeah.
And it gives me a lot of hope.
It gives you hope. Yeah. So back to the question that I asked Ali. Why do you think that young people's voices and actions are important in this work?
First of all, I also want to say it's really inspiring to hear from Ali, because that's also a very good example on youth leadership. Like, if you give the youth the opportunities to shape and decide, you can see progress. So that's, of course, one reason to listen to youth. But there's so many reasons to involve youth and young adults in decision-making processes and also policy-making. I think, for one, youth, like, it's about the future. It's about shaping our future. So that's, of course, like, the main argument, maybe.
More at stake for you, so we should.
Yeah, you kind of like are bound to have this long-term perspective because it's about the future. We are shaping the future, and what future do we have? And speaking of that, it's also I'm so used to meeting youth and young adults who doesn't believe that it's possible to solve the climate crisis, doesn't believe the nature crisis is solvable, sees that billionaires have a lot of money and feel like it's the big tech everywhere. It's just so, like, they feel so powerless within this, and I have a lot of conversation with that in Spire, and I know I feel that myself a lot too. And with society sort of blaming the individuals for not reaching enough productivity, earning enough money. You have to buy a house, but it's really expensive, and you have to high rents, and it's just expensive, and it's difficult for a lot of people my age to get into. Yeah.
So there's a red thread in a way from what Ali and his companions experienced in Trondheim when they were actually taken into the decision making, and what you do when you are operating on a more high level.
Yes, I think so, and I'm going to go back to some of my threads here, but historically, youth have been like an important force to push for more radical ideas, more like bring hope. You see the climate strikes in 2019.
Yeah.
A lot of hope for change and for more ambitions on climate change, solving the climate crisis. And at the same time, this kind of hopelessness and powerlessness and feeling that all of these issues are so difficult to handle, and it's just so so complex. So bringing these two together, I think, to be able to show that many of these challenges that we are facing are interconnected, and we need to think about the economic system, and they share a lot of the root causes, and to be able to give those kind of perspectives to politicians, but also to the youth that we are talking to every day who feel these kind of challenges. I think for Spire, we actually also integrated in our strategy an own goal of creating more community and spaces for youth to learn how to advocate influence policies, because they need the space to feel that they have power and can influence politics, and they also need more community building and feeling that you can also work together.
Yeah. While we're fixing the mic, Ali, you wanted the word?
To say something like Thea said, like about the power, give the more power to the youth, because there's not only me that work with uteseksjon. There's also other people like youth that work with there, and then when we when the grown-ups employ like younger people to help like other younger people, the effect is also like much bigger, because like when example for me, when I was outside walking the streets with my work and stuff, like trying to talk with the kids, they found me more like easy to talk with me instead of the grown-ups. So I feel like we should give more power to the youth too, and give like more chances to express themselves too.
And that's a very good key for the next question, which is what's in the way? What comes in the way when we know that this is important and it's really logical what you're saying, both of you? Why don't we always do that?
I think it's maybe one of the biggest reasons is the way we talk to the youth too. For example, it's like let me give a good example from my like lately life experience with my girlfriend. So I think most of the men can relate here too. It's when a woman or like girl have gone like through a bad day, maybe you've done something wrong, she will not say like what you have done something wrong. You tell her like, oh, what happened? You say, oh no, nothing. You say, oh, really, what happened? You say, no, nothing. So the key here is to like understand them better, like the kids better, and not just they say, oh, nothing, and then just leave it there. The same as my teachers when I was younger. If I got in trouble, they talk with me, and then they just say, okay, we just let it be there. And didn't try to understand me better, like to help me to get better and stuff like that.
So they have to creep into the heart.
Yeah, you have, you know, like I think the men will understand more. You have to come more to speak more with the woman, you know, to have to understand them better. Because if you say okay, then leave it there, the woman will remember it the whole day.
Let's ask the woman. What do you think? Do you agree? What's the problem?
It's to understand the people that we are talking to is really, really important. I want to highlight one thing as well that we often experience is that with the current position of the economic system today, you kind of need to be fluent in finance language to get involved in the debate, and that excludes a lot of young people because they think, oh, okay, I don't have a place in this conversation. And I think that's an obstacle, and I think here also this broader intergenerational collaboration, having also institutions, researchers, adults saying that this is legitimate as well, to also help legitimize more perspectives in the economy debate, I think is really important to overcome.
Yeah. We actually have to finish within 2 minutes, but if you want to have one more comment, I'll give it to you freely. You don't.
I think listening to what everyone has said today and to the different conversations that have been today as well, I think I also want to highlight the focus on system change has been really coming up a lot of times, but we also I liked something that Lisa said about how we actually need to be quite bold and shape the things that we can shape where we are. And we don't have to wait for like, oh, we need this change to happen, and then maybe, or maybe a lot of youth and people I talk to are like, oh, okay, but then first I'll get a bachelor, and then I get a master, then I need 2 years of experience, and then I can start to express my meanings. But to be bold and take part in the conversation already and do the change already where you are, I think that's really important.
I love that. And of course, if you experience it in your daily life that you are actually worth listening to, then maybe something happens. Then it's practical, not just theoretical. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's right. And also one last words is the Scottish man that was there earlier of here. He said that,
Yeah, he's there.
Right there. Yeah.
Right there.
You said, I like this thing you said about like stealing other ideas from other countries. And what I think is like the people from outside Norway and other also organizations, I think they really should like empower the youth more, give them more opportunities, and yeah, try to understand them better in some way. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thanks. That was really wonderful. Just a very brief comment. I've been working for many years to prevent and combat violence and abuse of children and youth. And I read something very interesting in the Council of Europe's guide for schools, I think. And it said that if you want the youth to talk about this, then you have to start by involving them in the classroom, because this is not theoretical. They're not going to talk to someone, to a teacher, to a grown-up who doesn't really take them into account in their daily life. It's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, it's logical. Okay, so now buckle up, everyone, because now we're going to do something that is going to demand our concentration. We have around 8 speakers, because one had to withdraw. Is that correct? Yeah. So in the next 35 minutes, we'll have a lightning round on one shared question. Where do you see the greatest opportunities for cross-sector collaboration in accelerating the shift to a well-being economy? And what might that look like in practice? If you see your own picture here, then you're supposed to be here. But yes, come on. Onto the stage. Welcome. Okay, are you ready? You have approximately 2 minutes each. And in 3 short parts, this is actually Dina who made this question. 3 short parts, 1 concrete example, 1 thing you can contribute, 1 thing you need from others. 2 minutes.
You go ahead.
Who's starting? Go ahead.
Starting? I can't do one thing, but I think at least to accelerate this process, it's a good idea to know what well-being is. I mean, if we're in the context of well-being, and also how we create sustainable and well-being that could be sustained through lives and across generations. So this is work we're doing at the Norwegian Institute of Public Health and Promenta Research Center. This is partly a philosophical question. What are good lives? And what should governments actually work for? From my perspective, it's a culture of care. I think it's that we see the contours of a fragmenting relational culture in Norway. And this we know because we're also doing more practical work, such as monitoring well-being, contributing to measurement systems, studying causal processes and gradients in causal processes, and evaluating interventions. And you asked for a concrete example of, how we contribute and work and across sectors. And I think one good example is, how we are embedding health and well-being in the school system or the educational system through curricular national reforms, such as the LK20, health and life skills. So where we are working towards sort of a shared goal of contributing to good lives for children and young people, and also how they can contribute to society and a culture of care. And to do that, of course, we bring evidence-based, robust, actionable knowledge, but we need the rest of the country and everyone to contribute with so many other things, like the Research Council, for example, politicians about infrastructure for high-quality research and data structures. We need data from all, not 5 people or 40% of the population. I mean, that leaves out a lot of people. We don't know how are faring and how they are doing. We need to evaluate interventions. We need to we need to...
That's all we actually have time for?
Yes, but we need 3 things more. We need to make the politicians and policymakers use our research. And we need schools and municipalities to try out new, actions and interventions. And we need people to sort of translate all of this into their lives. So we need everything and all of society.
Thank you, Ragnhild. And then we go to Solveig.
Yes, my name is Solveig and I work for the Research Council. And I do think that one of the biggest challenges that we have heard a lot about today is that our systems are still organized in sectors where the children, they live whole lives. And for me, important key is there. And that's why in Norway we have created this societal mission called No Child or Young Person Left Behind. And it was really created to address this issue of kind of where we understood that more isolated project wouldn't be enough. We need to kind of like a whole system approach to it. So the target group is 0 to 29 years old. The time span is time years ahead, so until 2035. And then it's all about new ways of connecting research, practice, and policy, and lived experience of young people. So kind of the example that I kind of wanted to bring is it's actually how we are building the mission itself, how we work with ministries, municipalities, researchers, civil society professionals, and young people. And the goal of all this is not only to create like better coordination of kind of these different structures and people, it's to understand where the system itself creates fragmentation, blind spots, and weak learning loops. So the most important thing for us, even if I kind of represent the Research Council of Norway, it's not kind of only the research funding, it's really kind of how we can contribute to building shared learning structures across sectors and levels, connecting research more closely to practice and decision making. And of course, in all this, we collaborate with a lot of different people. We collaborate directly with the political systems, with people within the systems who are kind of willing to explore and tolerate longer time horizons. We work with researchers like Dina, new name, Dina and Ottar. Here, kind of new creativity comes along, like who are willing to work closely, on not only with the kind of analytical and kind of knowledge part of it, but to work closely with communities, with practices. We work with services or civil society organizations that want to create like joint projects, shared ownerships of problems and solutions. And of course, with children and young people themselves, not only as kind of recipient of services, but as contributors to societal development through participatory processes. Bang.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. We need to move over to the next panel, which is governance, uptake, and policy translation. Øyvind and Hildegunn, welcome. The stage is yours. What does it take for evidence to actually become policy and policy to become practice?
Starting with me? Or
yes, starting with you.
Okay, one concrete example of a truly cross-sectoral work that I've been involved with. We have to go 20 years back, and people who know me know I always mention this. That was a cross-sectoral national strategy to reduce social inequalities in really all sectors. So in the health sector, we worked with a strategy to reduce social inequalities in health. Education sector worked with reducing inequalities there, and so forth. And that brings me really to what each sector can contribute to such a cross-sectional sectoral work, is that it really required each and every sector to sort of defocus on the things and the goals that are sector separate. So for instance, in the health sector, we had to somewhat defocus on the health goals and see that actually reducing social inequalities would contribute also to health and so forth. So and maybe in this, if we want to make this a well-being economy approach, maybe we'll have to, for instance, loosen up on our life expectancy focus and focus more on well-being and quality of life.
Can you do that?
I think we can do that, but to do that, we need a little help from our friends in other countries, and maybe also in the municipalities. Maybe we can, at the state level, learn from municipalities that have used this. So I'll just end with making Scotland and Alice's words to my own. We want to steal something from here and there and everywhere.
Yeah. Wonderful, thank you so much. Hildegunn?
A couple of Beatles quotes.
Yes, yeah, we did, we caught that. Yes.
I'm not going to quote musicians today. At the Norwegian Healthy Cities Network, we are very happy today, I have to say, that we got WHO Collaborating Center. It's important for us being part of the WHO as the Healthy Cities Network. My example is very concrete, because we have members, municipalities and regions as members, with academic institutions, policies. And for some years ago, 3 municipalities dove into how can social sustainability be understood? What is important for local communities? And they studied it by a tool which we stole, actually, or borrowed from Scottish friends, place standard tool, and structured or actually discussed neighborhood conditions in a very structured way. And they found that social resilience and social fairness, justice is crucial for social sustainability or sustainable communities. And as we've heard lots of times today, we need systemic change. We have to work systematically, but we've also heard that local communities and municipalities is a good place to start with innovation. And this 3-year study also found or stated that innovations are happening when you collaborate, of course, by co-creating.
So what do you need?
Different. We need, or actually we need an infrastructure that actually more systematically collects knowledge from different sources.
Yeah.
Yes, because we have lots of knowledge, but we need it from the youth, from civil society, from academic institutions, from the private sector, more systematic uptake into policy.
Concrete, great. Thank you very much. Next panel. Theme number 3 is funding and partnerships. Please enter the stage, Eirik, Sigrid, and Kaja. Eirik, where are you? He's not here, is it? Yes, he is. I'm sorry, but we're very glad to see you. You can wait. We can start with Sigrid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi. I represent Foundation DAM, which is a funder that supports health projects through a lot of health voluntary organizations, over 200 in Norway. And I'll go straight to my example, because I think during COVID we saw a lot of good examples of sexual collaborations. And at this time, the Norwegian government was funded emergency funding to the civil sector through Foundation DAM, because we had this sector's trust, and we also had the infrastructure in place to be able to fund to projects that gave real social value and that found new ways to promote health and life quality of life during very difficult circumstances. And I think that's a good example of when it actually works. So I think what is important is to see how the infrastructure that already exists and the social value that already exists, and try to map where we can take those from the resources that already exist, instead of trying to use resources to build capacities that are already in place. So I think that's the most important and shortest way I can say that.
But do you need anything?
Yes, we need to be used. We need to be used as a resource. We have a lot of experience with funding social projects, and we are in a position to be a voice for the social value that these projects are doing locally. Yeah. So we have a lot of knowledge, and we really want to be used as a resource.
Thank you very much. Great. Now we move on to Eirik. Okay, from the W Foundation, the Vitse Foundation.
Yeah. And it's my fault. I didn't know I was supposed to be up here.
That's okay.
So I'm CEO of W Initiative, which is Vitse's foundation. We focus on SDG 4, 5, 6, and 10, and of course 17. So every day we basically try to make the world a better place for children and youth. Mm-hmm. So I come from the private side of the capital. So I think the main key of bridging between what's happening here, which is fantastic, and the private money is to show that tomorrow's solutions is better than the ones we have today. Mm-hmm. Basically, because there is so much need in the world, and we can save lives today. We can provide education today. We can provide money for making good societies. So I think the key is to make this kind of work to show that the possibility of tomorrow's solution will be better than the day we know today.
And what do you need to do that?
I think we need to participate in events like this, to talk with people, because it's two different worlds, basically, where I come from and what's happening here. Mm. Because these are long-term collaborations between so many bright people to, in 10, 15 years, find better solutions than today. And we need to not know, but at some level be certain that there is a chance. So if we spend the money on 10, 15 years research, we can provide for children today. Mm. So and you have to take a risk, and we can take risk. So we need just the certainty that the well-being will be better founded in 10 years than today. Then we can take the leap.
Thank you very much.
So it's basically on us and not you guys. So I need to come prepared and know when to hit the stage. Yeah. And need to talk with people in the,
I think you did well.
It's on me.
Thank you very much, Eirik. I will move on to Save the Children. Kaya?
So we believe it requires one fundamental...
I think you should have the...
sorry.
Yeah.
Hello? Yeah. We believe it requires one fundamental shift from policies for people to policies with people. And it has been repeated several times today, the lived experience, and especially, of course, for children and youth. From our work at Save the Children Norway, one very concrete example of what that can look like is our project Helt ærlig, or Honestly. And through this model, we bring together schools, municipalities, youth councils, and local politicians in a structured process around real political issues and local challenges. And over about the course of 10 weeks, young people work on challenges that shape their everyday lives, such as family poverty, mental health, access to leisure activities, or youth employment, and they develop concrete policy proposals that are taken forward into formal decision-making processes. And what makes this collaboration work is that it's not, it goes beyond listening. It's not just consultation, it is co-creation with accountability. And politicians are required to return and explain what happened to the proposals, how they were assessed and prioritized or constrained. And this makes young people feel heard, trusted and included, and it helps build democratic agency and democratic preparedness. And youth proposals have contributed to real budget priorities and follow-up decisions at a local level. And this is why we say that participation is not a checkbox, it is quality assurance for policy. So the greatest opportunity that we see for cross-sector collaboration is to institutionalize co-creation as part of the governance for health and well-being, bringing together all of the sectors that has been mentioned today in permanent learning loops where lived experience informs policy and that policy decisions are clearly explained back to people. And while participation, of course, is a fundamental right for children and youth, it also is a shared resource for all of us that has been mentioned today. Because policies shaped with those who live their consequences in mind are stronger, fairer, and more effective.
Wonderful. that was wonderful. You actually answered all the questions. Thanks. We'll move on. Now we were supposed to have 2 participants, but we have Dorota, and that's enough because she can, because I was together with you the other night, and I feel that you can actually elaborate on this. So thank you very much for coming. You have got the questions.
Yes, I have.
Yes.
Please. Okay, so it's gonna be one woman show.
Yeah.
Right now, but I hope I'm gonna kind of capture the concrete example that I'm bringing to the table here. So my concrete example will be bringing us back to what my boss spoke about this morning, which is the second European Health Equity Status Report, and the kind of methodologies that we've applied to the process, to developing it and co-developing it with countries, so the cross-country learning and exchange and international kind of aspects of that. Through the HESRI 2 process, what we saw through it is that we've observed that progress happens when a few things align. There is a shared problem, but of course talking about all the time about a problem and challenges is not enough. That's not what people want. It's moving from the problem to co-defined solutions, so signposting people, politicians, different stakeholders to solutions that work, also kind of discussing, okay, what is it that they don't work and why, and what we can do about it, rooting it in credible evidence and data that together with our extensive network of experts we bring to the table. And last but not least, creating a space really where countries can work together, can listen to each other, can take others on board, because some countries entering into this space are already great. They are advancing health equity and well-being and are ready to go, as we've heard also, for example, from Iceland earlier today. Some countries are standing a little bit or sitting on the edge, thinking, is it something for us? Are we ready? Do we have enough evidence to act, etc.? And it's to take those countries really on board and encourage them, build capacity, and take them on this journey together. So, and in the process of working on HESRI 2, which is still a kind of work in progress, we've created a network of 11 health equity champion countries that are precisely that. Some are already really far, ahead. Some are a little bit in the middle. Some are just at the beginning of the journey. And we also wanted to do that, not just working with the countries from Western Europe, because that's mostly those that are ready, but also looking a little bit across the regions. So have countries from Western Balkans, from Central Asian republics, from the Baltics, from Central Eastern Europe as well, Nordics of course as well, and really not just consult with them on the findings that we have and we see emerge, etc., but also really see, okay, how does it land in your country? How does it land in the context of your politics, of the changing political cycles? We've heard that many times today when governments change from one to another. What is really that anchor and what sticks throughout those processes? So this is why we wanted to embed it really in realities of the countries, and also embed it in realities of the lived experience, really. So we took it a bit further, and in a process of iterative process of deep diving as well, actually, we dived deeper into critical stages of people's lives, all the way through, so from childhood, adolescence, to young adulthood, so the learning to earning generation, working ages, and then what it is that makes us enter the older ages in good health and a good well-being, and where we are financially secure, and so on and so forth. So we've done that with the countries, with our experts, and with organizations or communities representing the lived experience. And the journey is not finished, of course.
So what do you need?
What do we need is for countries really to want to work with us and champion this health equity agenda, because it is happening at the moment in this kind of shrinking space, fiscal space, but also political kind of prioritization, very competitive, health equity competing against competitiveness, defense, and so on and so forth. So countries to really champion and speak on behalf of health equity across each other in the domestic space, etc., but also at the international level. So just one thing I want to finish with is, we are, with this in mind, we are already a kind of launching, I'd say, Pathfinder Countries initiative, and I think Chris also mentioned that this morning, that will do precisely that, to enable exchange, mutual learning, and taking others who might be interested, not yet sure whether they would like to do that or not, and where is the space on board. So that's it from me.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I would like to have Kaja and Solveig come up here. Maybe also Øyvind, because you made me think about strawberries. Haha, strawberry fields forever. Just a very, very, very brief question, which is, how can the new CC support to accelerate progress towards a whole of society approach to intergenerational well-being? 1 minute. How would you like to use this center in your work? How can you use them?
We're actually using them already.
But can you use them more?
Definitely, but we'll start with the 4th of June report, which
I'll be there.
I hope will accelerate, because I have to admit that Norway is sort of a laggard in this area right now, at least at the national directorate level.
But we'll change that, won't we?
We'll do that. This was one thing we really needed, and that was a WHO collaborating center in Norway.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Kaja?
I think we can play on each other's strengths, getting access to different sectors that we represent. So for our case, Save the Children has a lot of access to youth and children, and their voices, and lift their voices into what Sophie was talking about earlier, the future perspectives of their lives. And also how we can use the research and get access to other actors in the field.
So you'll use them?
definitely.
Definitely. Thanks, Solveig.
Well, we are already using them already.
Yeah.
But what kind of to look at new roles of researchers is a general thing that we want to do with you and also with other research environments in Norway. Not only as kind of knowledge and analysis providers, but also as co-creators of the mission through local, national learning arenas, international contexts, experimentation, kind of being closer to the projects, and also kind of providing strategic advice, because that would also close one of those gaps that I kind of named earlier today, helping to identify blind spots, policy needs and new priorities, and also kind of being with us and the kind of, because the annual wheel of kind of the government is kind of, we need to get the right information in at the right time when planning for budget, when making plans. And very often when researchers work, it's kind of, oh, but the article is not ready yet and we haven't published yet, but what do we know? What can we get right now to get it into the right place in the process? And I think that you are very flexible already in kind of playing ping pong with us to get it when we need it. Thank you.
And thank you. Thank you very much. We're coming to the closure session of this day, and I would like to invite Chris back on to the stage, and also Dina and Ottar. Dina, what? Dina, yes. Did I say something wrong? Is it okay? Yeah? Please, the stage is yours.
You first. You first. So thank you, everybody. And also, Sophie, if you can come join us. So we will have just a short closing on this day. It's been an intense day, right? But it's been, for me at least, it has provided a lot of hope. I think I've heard a lot of discussions about hope today. And not only about being hopeful for the future, but also for us in this room and also beyond and in the whole society approach, as we just discussed, to do hope together as a practice. Because we do need to change things, and we can only change it together. But just a short comment, and then we will just bring everybody who has been up on the stage today, and that's many, for a thank you. Yeah, we just wanted to ask Sophie, just very, very briefly, one sentence or two. Just you have helped us in our center, building our program, and being mentoring us for years. So what do you want to push us to do?
Yeah. Right, well, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you, and I'm looking forward to the next chapter. So the things that I have picked up from what everyone has said and what I think we need to do to move forward. So the collectors and translators of knowledge of all forms, lived experience, academic knowledge, in-depth country knowledge of implementation, the connectors and conveners of people, the users and influencers and borrowers the users of influence and the borrowers of ideas, the refocusers of policy, the thinkers, the doers, the constructive disruptors, the Dina and the Ottars.
Yeah, I think you've heard enough of me today. I suppose that what I would say is 20 years ago, there was about 10 of us, of which I think most of us are in the room or have been in the room, that were talking about this. And I think to see how that's come, and it's not just us, but we've been part of a community. And I'm really excited about what we're going to be able to do together with the centre, knowing that now we've created the space, people like Sophie, people like yourselves, countries who are interested, and to know that we've got such a strong collaborating centre who can help to inspire and move that forward, then that's really exciting. So yeah, thank you.
Super, thank you.
And thank you all for having spent the day with us. And this is just as we started with, it's not an end, it's a beginning. And first to thank for guiding us through the whole day. We would like to get Inga Marte on stage. And thank you so much. Thank you so much for guiding us through a very, a tight schedule and many people.
Thank you.
And now we would like to invite everyone who has been presenting just to come up to the stage. Everyone who has been on the stage before, just come up again. And we will give everyone a good applause and we finish for the day. Give them all a big hand. And we have a gift from the Church City Mission to you all, from the center. So thank you for coming, and all of you, thank you for spending the day with us, and looking forward to seeing you again. And have a great afternoon.